Good morning. It is the 6th of February 2025. The inquest into the Highgate incident is proceeding. Who is to deal? Oh, yes.
Thank you,
Mr.
my Lord.
Governor.
Yes, thank you, my Lord.
Witnesses, yes.
Yes, my Lord. Before we proceed, my learned colleagues have kindly placed on a flash drive the various videos that we watched from Mr. Neville Bailey Sr., who had taken the video to the carte blanche documentary, Mr. Kaplan's documentary, as well as the In Memoriam montage. Those are all placed on one flash drive, and respectfully submit that we hand this up as Exhibit 2.
Very well, Mr. Governor. The flash drive will then be Exhibit 2. Yes.
My Lord, we would then call Christian Botha.
Thank you. Where is Mr. Botha?
State your full names for the court, please.
Christian Valkenburg.
Thank you. Do you have any objection to taking the oath?
No.
Do you consider the oath binding on your court?
Yes.
Do you sure that the evidence you will give in front of the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Please raise your right hand and say so help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you.
My Lord, before we proceed with
Yes.
the witness, just to place certain aspects on record, as my learned colleagues did indicate, when Mr. Botha was going to be called initially as a family witness, that Mr. Botha does suffer from PTSD, and that he requires, he has a service dog with the name, if I'm standing with Marley. And a request was made then in chambers that Marley accompanies Mr. Botha when he testifies, which my Lord had granted. So Marley is currently in the box. I see some quizzical looks by members of the media as to what that sound was.
Yes.
So he is in the box with Mr. Botha.
Very well. Morning, Mr. Botha.
Morning, Your Worship.
And welcome to you and to Mali. Is she or he?
It's a boy.
A boy? Oh, okay. Ah, well, yeah. I'm worried it was a lady. Thank you. Mr. Governor?
My Lord, so further, before we proceed, this morning I did have a conversation with Mr. Botha where I introduced our team to him and explained to him that even though his statement was, he had drafted his statement and typed it and submitted it to my learned colleagues, that we've been requested to lead him and that we would also be asking him questions. I confirmed with him if he was happy with that suggestion and if he was satisfied with it. He did indicate to me that he was, but my Lord, I would ask for you to confirm the same with the witness.
You confirm what the council has told me now.
Yes, Your Worship.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
My Lord, then at this stage, I wish to hand up the statement that Mr. Botha has prepared. It is a typed affidavit which is signed and commissioned. I would respectfully ask that that be marked as Exhibit T.
Very well. Statement of Christian Botha, marked Exhibit T. And it's entered into the record. Very well.
Mr. Copy, my Lord. Good morning again, Mr. Botha. Mr. Botha, is it correct that you have in front of you a copy of the statement that I've just handed up as Exhibit T?
Yes, I do.
I'm going to request that you read that statement, and you confirm that is a statement that you drafted yourself and provided to my learned colleagues.
That is correct.
Firstly via email and then a signed copy this morning. Is that
Yes.
correct? can I please ask you to read that statement into record?
Okay. Do I have to put the part in about my experience?
I think you should.
Okay. Okay, I'm an adult male person of sound and sober senses with ID number 6805135001-085. I was a self-employed private investigator registered with the Private Security Industry Regulatory Authority, CIRA, of South African business registration number 1511974 and personal registration number 013864, as private investigators have to be registered. I operated my business from number 32 Nature's Way, Seafield, Kleinemunde. I have the following contact numbers: office cell 073 324 6673. On the 28th of November 2017, I had a total breakdown and was hospitalized at St. Mark's Hospital in East London. I was diagnosed with comorbid compounded complex PTSD and went under permanent disability since then. I had operated as a private investigator since 1996 until the end of 2017. A brief background and highlights on my work. I also served as a police reservist from 1992 until the end of 2016 and was stationed at the East London Flying Squad. In 2004, I solved an 8-year-old missing persons case in Johannesburg where Mr. Alex Steenkamp had gone missing in September 1996. The family hired me, and within 4 days, my investigation led me to where Mr. Steenkamp had been buried in a backyard in Brixton. I identified the killer, who was charged for his murder and was convicted to life in prison. In 2005, I solved the 3-year-old murder case of the late Dion de Villiers, who had been brutally murdered at the Boksburg Lake. He had been stabbed 47 times and his head was smashed in with a rock. After working on the case for 1 month, I identified two of the killers, who confessed to the crimes and were sentenced to 36 years each in prison. In 2005, I published my first book on my case files called The Shallow Grave through Strake Publishers. In 2006, a housebreaking case of 9 years prior, where a family heirloom, a Carl Frederick Leopold 200-year-old violin, had been stolen. I was hired to investigate the case, and within 2 weeks I traced the violin to a collector in New York, USA. And through Interpol we had the violin returned to its rightful owners. 2006, I was nominated Hero Against Crime by the U, Huisgenoot and Drum magazine. 2007, extortion case. My client was being blackmailed and before hiring me, he had already paid over 600,000. My investigation led me to identify and arrest all the suspects. The suspect was convicted and spent time in jail. In 2009, I was hired by a construction company to investigate the tender of the building of the Mthatha Stadium for the 2010 World Cup. I uncovered bribery by the adjudicators from the Mthatha municipality. All guilty parties were terminated and the project was halted and has never been completed by today. 2009, the former owner of Billabong Brand South Africa, living in Jeffreys Bay, had received information from her driver that certain people in the location were planning to rob her at her house. According to the driver, they were not from the area. She reported the matter to the police, who did not assist her. They claimed that no crime had been committed. She hired my services and we proceeded to Jeffreys Bay and managed to infiltrate the gang of 4 suspects. En route to the robbery, we were able to take the gang down. We recovered the following weapons from them: a R4 rifle, R5, a 9mm Beretta and another 9mm. After a long trial, all suspects were convicted and each received a 42-year prison sentence. In 2010, the family hired me to investigate the murder of their son, Mongamile Nase, who had been stabbed outside a nightclub in East London. The case was cold, and with a couple of weeks, we identified the suspect, who was arrested and convicted. 2010, I published my second book on my cases called Search for Truth. 2011, we were hired by the defense in the murder of Inga Lotz, where her boyfriend Fred van der Vyver had been charged for her murder. He was found not guilty after a long trial at the Cape Town High Court. 2011, we were hired to investigate the murder of Norma Worsley, a 72-year-old who had been raped and strangled in her home situated Rondebosch, Cape Town. After a 2-week investigation, we were able to identify and arrest the suspect, who was charged, and the trial was held at the Wynberg Regional Court. Due to a weak prosecution, the suspect was not convicted. 2012, we were hired by a convicted armed robber who claimed to be innocent after he had been sent to prison for 15 years. Our investigation was successful, where we were able to prove his innocence and managed to get him released from prison after serving 6 months of his 15-year sentence. 2014, we were hired to investigate the missing person case of a Harding lady by the name of Mrs. Nicole Hammond, had been missing for 42 days. After a 2-day investigation, we were able to locate her burnt-out remains in the local dump site. We identified the suspect and handed over all evidence over to the SAPS. 2015, we were hired by a group of parents whose 4 boys had been arrested and thrown into Paulsmoor prison after they were accused of a racial attack on a coloured cleaner lady at a nightclub in Cape Town. We proceeded to Cape Town, and our investigation had confirmed that these boys, 4 boys, were innocent and were wrongfully pointed out. All 4 boys were immediately released. These are but a few cases that have been mandated to investigate. Paragraph 4. At the beginning of 2005, I met Darrell Else through a mutual friend who was also a member of the Scorpions in East London. I knew of Darrell and that he had served in the former police murder and robbery unit in East London. On meeting him in person, he told me that he had been fired by the Scorpions unlawfully and was fighting the case through the CCMA. At the time, he was not earning any money, so I asked him to come and help me on cases, as I knew that I could learn a lot from him, and he agreed. At the time, he was working on a private investigation for certain businesses in East London who had lost a lot of money via a cheque fraud scam. He, at that time, had help from Frans Molokome, and I assisted them on the case, and we were able to take the syndicate down who had been operating from the Hillbrow, Johannesburg. Paragraph 5. While on another case in Johannesburg in late 2005, Darrell opened up to me with regards to the Highgate hotel attack, which took place in May 1993. He told me that he was one of the members who was assigned to a national task team to investigate all Upler-related attacks as follows: the St. James Church Massacre, the Yellowwoods Hotel attack, King Williamstown Golf attack, club attack, Heidelberg Tavern attack, Stakes Ranch attack, and Crazy Beat Disco attack in Newcastle. He also told me that he personally investigated the Highgate Hotel attack, the second attack, the Bayer Church Massacre, the Dagama bus attack. According to Darrell, he had positively linked the above attacks to Dumasani Nakamazana and Zukila Mbambo, and both were later convicted. However, these 2 suspects were not linked to the Highgate hotel attack. Paragraph 7. Darrell told me that the Highgate attack was not conducted by Upler, and his reasonings were as follows. The attacks at the Highgate Hotel had worn balaclavas, uniforms and wore black uniforms and balaclavas. Witness has seen black is paint around the eyes of the attackers. This could mean that the attackers were trying to disguise themselves as being black. The attack was conducted in an organized and professional manner. The attackers shot extremely accurately. The attackers withdrew from the scene of the attack under cover of tear gas. None of the reports, as recovered from the Mapalele Upper Commander of Operations, made any reference to the Highgate Hotel attack. Also, the Upper Commander denied that they were involved in the attack. Nobody had come forward for amnesty for the Highgate attack, and the latter made Darrell believe that the third force had been involved. I attached a copy of Darrell's statement I found on my laptop, but it is not commissioned. Paragraph 8. This bothered Darrell for so many years after the attack, so we decided to have a look into the matter. We never received a mandate from any of the victims. However, I was present at certain occasions to meet with Neville Beeling, one of the victims. Our main aim was to fight to have a formal inquest to be held. Darrell had gathered information that people responsible for the attack were members of a specialized unit called the Hammer Unit of the former SADF. It all made sense as to the hand grenade and tear gas canisters were from the SANDF, or South African Defence Force. Chapter 9. I cannot remember the date, but was in late 2005 or early 2006. There was a conference held at the International Convention Centre for the victims. At this meeting, the former UPLA commander addressed the group and denied that UPLA were involved in the 1st of May 1993 Highgate attack. Darrell and I had conversations with him after the meeting, and he was clear that they had nothing to do with the attack. In 2006, we made contact with Carte Blanche to do a story on the Highgate attack, and the production team came down, and with Darrell's help, they interviewed some of the victims, and reenactment was done. In between the interviews, Darrell and I went outside the hotel to have a smoke. We noted a car parked close by with a white male sitting in the driver's seat. When he saw us, he started his motor vehicle and drove off. However, Darrell recognized the driver to be Mr. Gerard Lotz, who was known to have been a member of the security branch of the SAP. Lotz was involved in the Craddock 4 murders and admitted his involvement at the TRC and was granted amnesty. He was also linked to the Motherwell bombing in 1985 and the Pepco 3 murders in May 1985, together with the Captain Saki van Zyl and the Colonel Gideon Nieuwoud. So his presence on that day, Carte Blanche were interviewing the victims of the Highgate attack, was concerning us as he lived in Port Elizabeth and he was clearly doing surveillance on us. This was an immediate red flag, and we knew we were on the right track, that a third force was behind the attack on the 1st of May 1993. Paragraph 11. As I was running my investigation business and had to continue bringing in new work, and I left Darrell to continue with the investigations into the Highgate attack. Darrell kept me informed on the investigation, and he was adamant that the SADF Hammer Unit, which was based in EP Command at the time of the Highgate attack, were involved in the attack. Their modus operandi of the Hammer Unit was wearing of overalls, balaclavas, and black camouflage cream, as in the case of the Highgate attack. It was our belief that the Hammer Unit was responsible and tried to pin it on UPLA in order to derail the CODESA negotiations. It was difficult to get someone from the unit to talk to us as they cover each other's backs. Paragraph 12. Below is a description of the Hammer Unit as detailed on the following website, www.warinangola.com. It says there, the Hammer Unit, also known as the Eastern Cape Elimination Squad, was established by Brigadier C.P. Joffel van der Westhuizen towards the end of 1983 as a special forces unit to be used for bona fide military operations. In some instances, the Hammer Unit worked together with the SAP, and it was quite concerning that the police investigation into this matter was not conducted in a professional manner. I attach a report done by Sam Sol on the Hammer Unit and the Koniwi murders, and as you can see one. This report makes connection between the Hammer Unit and Gerard Lotz. This report makes mention of a report in the Sunday Tribute, the 30th of May 1992, reported that a Hammer unit member had confirmed the unit took part in combined SAP and SADF roadblock at which Guniwe and his companions were stopped. During 2009, Daryl and Franz Molokome, who also worked for Christian Botha Investigations, my business, had tracked down a former member of the Hammer unit living in Cape Town who was willing to talk. Daryl and Franz Molokome proceeded to Cape Town, and he was living in Belleville area. This former member told Daryl and Franz that he was present during the planning and execution of the attack at the Highgate Hotel. He further stated that he had received orders for the attack from the commander at the time, General Joffel van der Westhuizen.
Mr. Botha, do you confirm that is the affidavit that you drafted yourself?
That is correct.
And my lord, just attached to those affidavits, as Mr. Botha indicated, is a document purported to be drafted by Mr. Else, which is unsigned and uncommissioned, and is a printed document, not a handwritten, and also the report that Mr. Botha referred to, that, to be corrected, Mr. Botha, that you obtained off a website.
A website, yeah.
Those are attached to Mr. Botha's statement, which he marked annex B and C.
Yes, very well.
So, my lord, before I proceed, I just want to place on record that prior to Mr. Botha testifying, we did clarify with him if he was comfortable with his face being broadcast by the media, and he did indicate that he was happy with that. And Mr. Botha, you can confirm.
Yes, no, I don't have a problem with it.
Very well.
So, Mr. Botha, there's a lot in your statement that we have to digest, but where I would like to start is that you indicated you had a company that closed in 2017, an investigation company.
Yes.
And as part of your company, when you would get clients, how would you keep records of documents or investigations that you would conduct on behalf of that client?
Well, initially I would start with a service contract agreement.
Okay.
Where we draft, because people always ask how much it's going to cost for the investigation.
Okay.
And I don't know. You don't know where it's going to take us. So we draft a service contract agreement for a preliminary investigation, which we give a certain amount of time for the investigation and what we need to do in that phase.
Okay.
And depending what happens in that phase, we can come back to the client and say, this is what we've done. We need to go further, or you're wasting your money and further time.
Okay.
A file is made up, it gets a case number, and that case gets filed in the archives. Or if once we do the investigation, all documentation obtained during that investigation, statements and that, were all compiled in the docket.
So say, for example, if you have a client, like you made reference to a lot of investigations that ended up in criminal prosecutions.
Yes.
So if you were to provide any evidence that you collected on behalf of your client, if you produce that to the SAPS or to any other investigative body, would you keep copies of your statements or evidence that you compiled?
Most of the times I do. You see, a private investigator has got no authority. We're just like a normal citizen of the country.
You're not
We don't have specific powers,
Exactly.
but we have to be registered by law.
Yes.
So at the end stage of an investigation, we normally will get the police involved. Initially in an investigation, like the one in the Boksburg Lake, I went to go see the head of the East Rand Serious Violent Crime Unit. And I asked him if I can give permission to read the docket, to see what they've done, what they haven't done. He refused point blank to show me, so go ask the commissioner. So I said, no problem, I'll do my own investigation. And when I started picking up information regarding that murder, I went back to him with a witness, which was a prostitute. And I had taken her statement. When he saw that, it broke the case right open. So in many cases, we cannot make the arrests or do anything like that. That's why we've got to get the police involved. And all our evidence, what we collect, we hand to the police.
I understand that, but do you keep copies of anything that you...
Yes, I do keep copies. I mean, at my home, I've got boxes under my house of 26 years of files. I don't know what normally you keep them for 5 years. I've kept mine for 26 years because I write books.
So, and I would safe to assume the reason for that is if anything goes missing, and the SAPS or whichever, any specialized unit would want any further assistance, you will be in a position to say, I still have a copy, I can provide that if you require.
Yes, it depends what evidence it is.
Yes, as you said, obviously it's a statement that they obtained, you are not going to have.
Yeah.
But everything that you recorded,
yes,
you would have a copy.
I will have a copy, yeah. And that's why the thing with Daryl was on my laptop.
Okay.
And Daryl used my laptop at the time because I think his laptop packed up. So he would often use my laptop. So when doing research to do my statement, I tried to search all my information. I found that on my laptop.
Okay. And then just to get clarity on your involvement with the Highgate matter, you indicate in your statement that you never received a mandate from the family to conduct any investigations.
No.
So they weren't clients.
No, they weren't clients. End of the day, it was Daryl was so consumed with this case. And when he told me the story, I said, well, let's help see what we can do. I mean, we had other work to do to pay the bills and that, but Daryl was convinced so much on this, and he convinced me too, of a third force.
And even though they weren't clients, did you open up the file in order to keep record of what Mr. Alts and later on Mr. Malakomo was doing in respect of it?
Unfortunately, I did not. I left it in Daryl's hand, so he kept all the documents, and I don't know where they are today.
So you're not aware of what has happened to any, or you don't know where any of those?
No.
Okay. And did Mr. Alts give you updates on what was happening and what he was doing as a result of his investigations?
Yes, he gave, like for instance, the visit to Cape Town. He told me he needed to go to Cape Town. There was a possible witness who was willing to come forward. So they went to, him and Franz went to go, let Franz go with him to Cape Town. I was busy on another case. So from time to time, he would keep me informed. And yeah, so it wasn't like we was working at 24/7. It was when this new information came in, then he would run with it. Okay. You know, that's what took so long. It wasn't just because look, we started say 2006, we got carte blanche involved. Only in 2009 was there this witness who was willing to give the information.
So in 2006, or in 2005, when you first met Mr. Alts and when the carte blanche, there was no mention of Amma Squad, or you had no information at that stage?
No, Daryl, we were on a case in Joburg, and we used to sleep at the Formula One. We used to, stay cheap. Three of us stay in one room. And the one night Daryl opened up and he said, look, what I'm about to tell you, you got to be careful. Don't spread it because these guys will take you out. And I haven't put in my statement, but there was a farmer by the name of Andre de Villiers who was gunned down in 1992. I saw it in media reports. And he worked as an informer for the Hammer unit. And he had a panel beating business in Port Elizabeth. And he used to take their vehicles, change number plates for them and all that type of thing. And he was busy, they got information, he was speaking to the ANC. It was in 1992. And he told his family things are getting dangerous, and he started carrying a gun. He was then killed.
Okay, so Mr. Botha, before we move on, now what you've indicated to us, how did you establish all this?
Through Daryl.
So this was what Mr. Alts told you. This
Yes.
is not first-hand knowledge that you had acquired.
No.
It was via what Mr. Alts was
Yes.
relating to. So, and you said that was in 2005?
Yes,
Or around
about
2000?
end of 2000, because my book came out in 2005, so it was shortly after that.
So that was the first, so possibly towards the end of 2005, beginning of
Yeah.
2006.
Yes.
That was the first mention of the involvement of the Hammer unit, or allegedly, in the Highgate incident.
Yes.
That's when Mr. Alts told you.
Yes.
At that stage, did he indicate if he had spoken to anyone from the Hammer unit?
No, they did. Him and Frans did go up to PE because at EP Command there's a bar there, and they went up together and went to this bar. And in this bar, they were going to confront the head of the unit was there, General van der Westhuizen. But he had like bodyguards with him, they were drinking in a group. So they never approached him at that specific time. And it was full of white guys, and Frans is black. So they just went there to see what was going on, hopefully pick up something. And then Darryl said, no, they went there and went to the pub. And Frans was there at the time, but there was no questioning done there at that time. I think Darryl was just fishing.
Okay, I just want to make sure that we have it on record. So was this told to you by Mr. Molokomo or both Mr. Molokomo and Mr. Alves?
There was Darryl and Molokomo, but I had forgotten about it.
Okay.
Then, because my memory is not that good with the PTSD you lost.
Yes, I understand. I
So
appreciate that.
I normally had to go back to look at my diary dates I'd written in and things.
But what was told to you?
I remember that they did go to PE, but nothing happened with that visit.
Okay, but more importantly, what was told to you is that they went to this bar, but because of what was what the general situation in that bar was, they never actually got to speak to this commander.
Yes, that's correct.
And then they left without having a conversation.
Yes.
Because he was had bodyguards. And this was, you said, General or Colonel
General van der Westhuizen.
who was then the head of the Hamilton. Okay. That was that in 2009 when they did this visit to?
No.
Or do you not remember what?
No, it was earlier 2006, but by carte blanche time, by 2006 when carte blanche did the thing.
Okay, so they went to PE in 2006.
About 2006, 2007, I'm not too sure. But
Okay.
they did visit the bar, which is in the army base.
And was this around the same time they had gone to Cape Town, or was it a different?
No, they went to Cape Town only in 2009.
Okay.
Why I say that, we had done the case for the former owner of Billabong brand when we took that gang down.
Okay.
It was after that they went to Cape Town.
Okay. And do you know, obviously at that stage, was Mr. Molokomo also in your employ?
Yes, because when I met Darryl, he was busy with investigation into check fraud scam in Johannesburg, where companies in East London were taken. And that's the time we met. So I said, well, I'll help you on the case. And Frans was given to us because Frans worked as an undercover agent for Brixton murder and robbery for many years. So from a policeman there, he said, I've got a guy who can help you in Joburg. He knows Joburg. And that's when Frans came on board with Darryl. So when I came on board to do that case, that was our first case we did together. And then after that, Frans came back down to East London because he was living in Joburg and he never left. So he continued working for my business until such time as I stopped.
So you employed? Maybe not
on a freelance basis.
Okay, on a freelance.
I couldn't have him registered with CIRA because they put a photo of you on the website.
Yeah.
And he did undercover work and he would have got killed.
Okay. So do you know how that trip to Cape Town was funded?
I don't know. I think it was funded by Darryl.
Okay.
See, Darryl, he had a very good heart. And there's some other cases he did where we did for pro bono because people couldn't afford the service. So Darryl was like that, I know that I never gave him money to go to Cape Town. He said he's going to Cape Town. I don't know where the money came from. I'm not sure if the family gave him money. I don't know.
Okay, so you're not aware how that trip was funded?
No.
Okay. I'm just going to go back to when you said you first met Mr. Alves in 2007. In your affidavit, you indicate that Mr. Alves indicated to you that at that stage he had been, in his words, fired from the then Scorpions unit and that he was fighting this firing at the CCMA. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And that came from Mr. Alves himself?
Yes, because he had 5 heart attacks. And I think the firing was to get him out to cut that he didn't get aboard. So he did fight the case with the CCMA and he won the case. And he was reinstated into the Scorpions. And then filed for a board and got boarded from the school pens.
And then he was boarded there.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's what he conveyed.
So he wasn't fired for doing bad things. It was a scallum way of the way they tried to get rid of him. But the CCMA, they saw right through it and he was reinstated.
And this information all came from Mr. Els himself?
Yes.
Okay. And you also indicate in your affidavit why Mr. Els felt that this attack was the work of the third force, where you indicate in paragraph 7 various reasons how you came to that.
Yes.
Is that the conclusion of Mr. Els?
Yes, and also he mentioned that, you know, if you got a certain, like Upler doing attacks, they got a certain modus operandi or whatever. Now when you look at the St. James Church massacre, they were shot with an AK-47 and the bullets hit the wall and you see they go up. So it shows you someone shooting who hasn't got experience with an automatic weapon. They tit. However, in the attack at Highgate, it was precision shooting. So it was professionals who knew how to shoot. So that was also the difference which suggested that this was not Upler's doing.
And this is what Mr. Els conveyed to you?
Yes, and it also, no one applied for amnesty. I mean, Upler applied for amnesty for all the others. Why wouldn't they apply for this?
Yes, that's correct.
And the thing there is now, I'm just saying that if the Hammer Unit guys had applied for amnesty, that they, white soldiers, shot and killed white patrons in a bar, you know, just that shock, you know, because that was a different time. We're talking 93, we had the Codeso talks, there was still lots of violence in Johannesburg, all over, and yeah, the Defence Force kills our innocent people in a pub. It is beyond me.
But, Mr. Botha, you'd agree with me, this was all the speculation of Mr. Els.
Yes,
Even what you've conveyed to us now.
yes.
There's no evidence in terms of an affidavit.
Unfortunately not. The only thing where we can, in this case, say that someone made a confession was in France's testimony. When France was in Cape Town, where that Hammer Unit member confessed to have said that he was there with the planning and the execution, and the instruction came from General van den Westhuizen.
Okay. So obviously, with regards to a criminal trial, where obviously Mr. Molokomo's evidence would be the one that a prosecutor would consider if he wanted to prosecute anyone.
Yes, on my evidence it's hearsay.
Exactly.
So I just wanted to come forward and speak on Daryl's behalf, and what he had told me, and certain things that I saw, like for instance, seeing Gerard Lotz outside the Highgate Hotel where we're busy filming for Carte Blanche. What the hell was he doing there? And then he committed suicide, I think in recently, a couple of years ago, he committed suicide because he wasn't given amnesty, I think, from the PEPCO 3. So obviously, the NPA was obviously still considering whether, because a lot of people were complaining after the TRC, the guards who didn't get amnesty, they weren't being prosecuted.
Okay, we're going to get to Mr. Lotz later on. But I just want to continue with Mr. Els. In paragraph, the end line of paragraph 8.
Sorry, can I ask you, what has happened to France?
My Lord, he is available.
outside.
He is here today.
He's available.
Yes.
I'm just going to refer you to the last line in paragraph 8.
Yes.
I think it says, my email copy says mad, but I assume it says it all made sense as
Yes.
the hand grenade and tear gas canisters were from the SADF.
Yes,
SADF, you reference the Cycling Defense Law.
that's correct.
How did you come to that conclusion?
I was informed by Daryl, because initially Darryl investigated this case. He carried the docket
Yes.
in 1993. So he knew all the evidence on the case, and that's what made him suspicious from then. And obviously he told me he was taken off the case. Now I don't know if he was taken off because the narrative wasn't gelling with what the police wanted to come out.
So is that an investigation that he conducted and he established that these hand grenades and tear gas was used in 1993 by the then South African Defence Force?
Yes, they
He
were.
specifically told.
Yeah, the hand grenade and the thing were from the SADF.
The reason I ask you that is because the family actually commissioned a explosives expert, and I would stand to be corrected, but he has more than 40 years experience. He was an ex-member of the South African Defence Force, where he gave detailed testimony about both the hand grenade and the tear gas canister. With regards to the tear gas canister, he indicated that they were used by 3 departments, basically. The South African Police Force, the South African Defence Force, and the TBVC states, which is the Transkei, Botswana, Venda, and Ciskei states.
Okay.
They were the 3 that used it. So it wasn't exclusively used by the South African Defence
Okay, no, I was not aware of that.
Okay. He also, under questioning by my colleague, was unable to explain, but during the amnesty applications, it was indicated that the South African government was having problems with the then Transkeian government because they believed the Transkeian government was both harboring and supplying UPLA members with weapons. And one of the weapons, according to Mr. Nadir, that they had access to was the tear gas canister. So the conclusion that Mr. Els drew is not actually correct, that the SADF was the only people using that tear
Okay.
gas canister. Would you agree with me?
Well, if he's an expert, I'm not an expert in that field.
But you would agree with the conclusion that Mr. Els gave you cannot be correct.
It could not be correct. If the Ciskei Defence Force or Transkei Defence Force used it, I wouldn't know.
Okay. Then with regards to the hand grenade, he testified that this hand grenade was specifically, I'm not sure if he said it was built or I think he said it was manufactured by the then Eastern Bloc countries, including what was previously known as Czechoslovakia, now known as Czechia, as well as China. He also indicated that that hand grenade was not available to the South African Defence Force. They never had use of it. And he specifically stated that they were being smuggled in by what he classified as terrorist groups. Under examination by my colleague, he indicated that one of those possible terrorist groups, as he was then informed, was UPLA, that he regarded as a terrorist group. So again, that assertion that the South African Defence Force had access to that hand grenade is actually not correct.
Okay. However, the South African Defence Force, I served in the South African Defence Force. I was in the dog unit, riot unit in Johannesburg. We often hit houses and found caches of ammunition, AK-47s, hand grenades, whatever the case might be. The Hammer unit has got access to that. They do roadblocks. They did the roadblock. They were present at the roadblock. According to the media, one witness had come forward in the Ganiwe case, together with the police at the roadblock. So it's safe to say that they can also get access to these weapons through caches they found or arrests they made, and obviously try their best to try and push the blame on UPLA.
Again,
That's
Mr.
just
Walker, you agree with me, that's speculation.
I agree with you 100%, but there's also another narrative that the defence was like myself, working in the riot unit. We hit a house and we recovered Eastern Bloc weapons, Tokarov and AK-47s and that type of thing. So that information, they could keep those weapons and use it for different... the South African government at that time were very clever. They were slow bastards, and they would do anything to to push the blame somewhere else.
But you would agree with me that we have no evidence to that effect, in
No,
respect of, specifically in respect of this matter.
No, unfortunately not.
And you are not aware of the person that Mr. Malokomo and Mr. Al spoke to ever mentioning how they came into possession of any of these?
No, I was not present there, so I'm not sure. I don't even know the guy's name. I can't remember. Daryl had a report, and I was busy with other work, so it wasn't really, I thought Daryl had this. And I continued because, I had to pay Daryl, I had to pay France, we had to get work in, I had 4 children, their schooling.
Yes, I understand you had a business run.
So I had to keep the business going. I couldn't keep on besides that. Daryl do his own thing.
Okay. And you indicated today as well that the Highgate matter was a passion of Mr. Alf, and he was committed to solving this case, even when he. I can pick up your.
Okay.
That the Highgate matter was a passion of his, even after he had left the South African Police Force services, and that is why he wanted to continue it. And as you said, do this work during his own time as well.
Yes, no, he was very passionate. At the time we met Neville, it was shocking. Neville was a young 20-year-old at the time, and the first time I met him, he was in a wheelchair. He was overweight, he had a bag on him, and just that, to us, is who could do such a thing? Which soldiers can do that? If Uppler did that, they're weak. Instead of fighting the army, you go and shoot innocent people sitting having drinks. So yes, it was when I met Neville, I also felt that maybe we could help in some way.
And you also said that it was Mr. Als's, best way to describe it, his goal to ensure that an inquest could be carried out as soon as possible, from the time he then became into the private sector.
Yeah, that was the most important thing, is to get an inquest. And if he was alive, if the inquest was maybe years more back, he would have been sitting here testifying on what he did, and that's not hearsay. Now,
obviously I don't think you'll be aware of this. Like you said, you're a private citizen, obviously. You never had sight of the docket in this matter.
Daryl once showed me the photo album.
Okay.
I know Daryl had a photo album.
But obviously, at that stage, as he was no longer in the SAPS, he would not have the docket in his possession.
No.
So you obviously had not gone to the docket itself.
Not at all.
So during the current investigating officer's testimony, Captain Peterson, my learned colleagues pointed out to him that Mr. Alts, when he was the investigating officer, and I'll be corrected on this, for a period for 2.5 years, he was requested to prepare the docket for an inquest by his commanding officer, who at that stage was Captain Schwartz. For 2.5 years, Mr. Alts was told, prepare this docket for an inquest. Mr. Alts' response to most of these entries was untyping, getting the statements typed for 2.5 years. So I can't come to this conclusion where once he left the SAPS, he has this passion to do this inquest, but whilst he was in the system, he spent 2.5 years typing statements. Do you understand my
No,
conclusion?
I can understand fully, and that maybe he came to his senses and realized that what he had done, that they hadn't done the work properly.
Did he tell you that?
No, he never told me that.
Because the impression gained here is he had this passion for solving this crime, but whilst he was in the system, it doesn't look like he actually did anything.
No, well, I didn't have, he never told me about that.
But does that not seem strange to you?
No, it does. It does seem strange, But it also depends on the workload. I know that I'm not sure about then.
Mr. Walter, I can understand that, but like we've been hearing, and I agree with everything my learned colleagues say, this was not the run-of-the-mill case. This was a serious, serious case where 5 innocent people, by your own words, were killed, and several other people were seriously injured. As you said, when you saw Mr. Belling, when we saw the videos, this was just not, no murder is a simple case, but this was extremely serious. So no matter what the workload would have been, as Mr. Els told you, there was a task team assigned to investigate all these cases. So it wasn't just a one-member thing, it was several officers. So what I can't understand is if Mr. Els was so determined to solve this case, why didn't he prepare the inquest and forward it to the magistrate's court for the inquest to be done in 1997, 4 years after the incident? We would have had the evidence that was there at that stage, in the docket, before a magistrate for him to consider it. Mr. Belling, Mr. Weber, Mr. Parker, the other survivors would be able to tell their story in 1997. But even before that.
Yeah, I was totally unaware of that. I didn't know that happened.
But you agree that doesn't make sense, considering what Mr. Els told you about how he wanted to
No,
solve it?
it doesn't make sense at all. To me, it doesn't make sense at all that for 2 years you would sit, because I knew Daryl, and when we did investigations, he was on top of things all the time. I mean, it's, you know, we didn't drew out cases. We did them there and then, and he's a bloody good investigator. I mean, I learned so much from him just in the 5 years we were together.
Okay, and then with regards to this trip now to Cape Town, it was Mr. Belling's evidence that Mr. Els contacted the family and said he needed to go to Cape Town to do some investigation, but they required funds for accommodation and travel. And an amount, I'm not sure if the amount was suggested by Mr. Els or the family came up with the amount, but an amount of 5,000 rand was paid for that trip. Are you aware of that?
No, I was not aware of that.
But it's also Mr. Belling's testimony that they drew out a check to that amount and it was handed to you. That check was in fact given to you because I think at that stage Mr. Els had already left.
I can't remember that, but it could have happened that way. But I would never start an investigation or take a client's money without doing a service contract agreement. So if Daryl had made arrangements for them to pay just his accommodation and petrol, and you know, that was on him, it's not on me. But
I don't want to put you in.
He could have given me a check,
Yeah.
but I can't remember. I mean,
Just
we're
to-
talking.
Yeah, I
quite
know it was a long
way
time,
back.
but to put you in the correct, I don't want you to be caught by anything. A document was handed up by my learned colleagues where it's purported that you signed for or acknowledged receipt of that check.
Yeah, no, that's highly possible.
So in that circumstances, because now money had exchanged hands, you still didn't consider opening up a file as potentially now, because you were a registered company.
Yeah.
So you had to obviously declare any earnings for tax purposes and things.
Yes, now if that money was given was for Daryl for his expenses, I don't recall putting it into my account or anything. I can't remember that far back.
Okay,
Yes,
that's understandable. And when Mr. Els returned from his trip to Cape Town, did he inform you that of any report that he intended compiling?
I cannot remember exactly when he got back. I couldn't even recall. I know that they had spoken to this guy. I didn't. To me, that was left to him to continue with it because I was busy with work. And as you see in the work I do here, it's like one case after another. I was never hardly at home. I was most of the time in Cape Town, Joburg, doing murder cases. So, you know, I've done hundreds of cases.
No, Mr. Botha, I want you to understand, I'm just trying to establish if you remember what Mr. Els told you. I'm not saying that you should have. I'm just saying that I just want to clarify. So you can't remember if he told you he was going to prepare any report on what had occurred in Cape Town?
No, I think maybe Frans Molokomi might be able to help you with that question, but you know, I don't know whether he was going to do a report or what happened in Cape Town.
And by the same token, you wouldn't be able to confirm if any such report was then submitted to the NPA. The assertion is, I just want to put you in a clear picture, is that Mr. Els indicated to Mr. Baling that report was forwarded to Mr. McAdams in at the NPA. You're not aware of any such thing?
No, I'm aware that Daryl was speaking to the NPA, and a possible report was done. That's why I went through all my databases on my computer to see if because he used to use my laptop a lot, and that's where I found that statement of his here. So I was trying to look for any other reports on this case, because he's got a strange way of writing. I know when Daryl writes or types. So yes, he could have compiled the thing. I know that he did speak to people at the NPA. I know that France was questioned in 2012, if I'm not mistaken, by a captain from the police or something. So
sorry, Mr. Botha, just to so that we have clarity on this, you say now that you might have been aware that a report was compiled.
yes, I mean, if it's because he said he's going to be speaking to the NPA, and you're not going to just go have a cup of coffee with the NPA and splurt out certain things like someone's made admissions to this. You would obviously put it in writing. And Daryl was like it, he put it in writing.
But you never saw something?
No, I didn't.
Okay. Are you aware if Mr. Molokomo had seen such a report?
I don't know if he's seen it.
Okay. And just to go back to this trip to Cape Town as well. So now, I just want to get it right. From your recollection, they first went to PE sometime in 2005, 2006, where they met a member of the Hamilton. Is that your evidence?
No, they went to the pub.
Sorry, they went to the pub.
At EP Command.
Okay, in 2006.
Yeah, it's around about that time. And they saw General van der Westhuizen was there with a group of guys, but they didn't want to ask questions because France is black, they stood out like a sore thumb. So they left there, and then in 2012 I know that they went to Cape Town. There was a guy who was willing to talk with or give evidence or speak to them about what he knew.
And you discussed this with both Mr. Els and Mr. Molokomo, either for the regard to the first incident sometime when they came back in 2006, whenever they came back from PE?
Yeah, it was like they got back from PE, nothing happened, they never spoke to anybody, but they went to this pub, but they didn't stay long there. They saw the guy, he had some bodyguards with him, whatever you call it.
And then the incident in 2009 where they spoke to a member of the unit, did they convey to you what the member told them?
All what they told me was that, I think it was France told me that this guy made admissions or confessed that he was present during the planning and the attack, and the instructions were given by General van der Westhuizen, or Van der Westhuizen.
And was that all that he told you?
That's all I knew, yeah.
Did either Mr. Els or Mr. Molokomo clarify to you that they had seen a structure at a old South African Defence Force camp that resembled the Highgate Hotel where they had actually conducted exercises for the attack?
No, I don't know anything about that.
So you were never told about
No.
any of that? Like you indicated to the court, Mr. Molokomo did supply a statement in 2012 regarding this matter. Like you've indicated, that is correct, that he did submit a statement to the police regarding his involvement with Mr.
Yeah,
Els.
I found out later on that he had spoken to the police with regards to the Highgate.
So Mr. Molokomo in his statement says those two incidents that you referred to, the trip to Cape Town, the TP, took place in 2009. They happened simultaneously.
It's possible. My memory is not too good, but I remember when I met Daryl, and over that period, between that period and that period, it was...
So he could be correct when they say they went and they spoke to this...
Yes, I know that they went there before going to Cape Town, but I'm not sure exactly the year.
Okay.
But I know it was there, because obviously carte blanche thing was in 2006, so a lot of thing was happening in 2006 to actually make or give a production information when they do the interviews and that type of thing, so they got certain information.
And sorry, and did either Mr. Molokomo or Mr. Els tell you the name of the member they spoke to?
No.
Okay. So in Mr. Molokomo's affidavit, My Lord, I'm going to refer you to the exhibit. Exhibit.
B.
My Lord, it's Exhibit D. Page 9, my Lord. That's to my colleagues. So he submitted a statement, and in that statement, in paragraph 3 of that statement, he refers to the carte blanche interview in 2009. So obviously this is a long time ago we're talking about. So
Yeah,
it's possible,
it's possible, yeah.
that could have happened in 2009. And he specifically says that they traveled to Cape Town, him and Mr. Hals, and they met with this member, and he refers to him as Wayne Krobler. Does that name ring a bell?
Yeah, I think Grobler sounds, yeah.
So it's possible they could have told you about this Wayne Krobler.
Yes, I know about the Cape Town thing, but I couldn't remember the name of the guy.
Fair enough. And then he indicated that Krobler did tell them that he was part of the Hammer units and they were responsible for the attack. And Krobler went on to say that he was the driver of the vehicle, allegedly the driver of the vehicle used during the attack. But what he says is that Krobler told him that Colonel Pitt All gave the instruction, not Van der Westhuizen.
Okay. Well, you told me it was the commander.
So, but did he say Van der Westhuizen or did he say a commander?
No, he couldn't remember at that stage when I spoke to him last.
So, sorry, who are you talking about? Is it Mr. Molokomo or Mr. Hals?
No, France.
Okay, but what did Mr. Hals tell you? Who was it?
No,
Is this we need to clarify because your statement specifically says it was Van der Westhuizen who gave the, you informed that Van der Westhuizen gave the instruction.
France told me that it was the commander, and I knew at the time the commander of the unit was Van der Westhuizen, so I presumed it was the commander. I didn't know about who had given the instructions in that statement of his.
Okay, so Mr. Botha, just to get clarity, are you now saying that you were not told it was Van der Westhuizen? You were told it was a commander and you made the assumption
That it's Van der Westhuizen because he established the Hammer unit in 1983.
Okay, but you do agree that in your affidavit that's not the way it's conveyed. The impression gained is that you were
Yes.
told that it was Van der
Yeah,
Westhuizen.
the commander, it
actually.
was my perception, I put it into that. The only commander I knew there was Van der Westhuizen.
And he goes on in paragraph 6 to say that in 2009, November 2009, he and Darrell Hals traveled to Port Elizabeth to investigate the information. They went to the SADF office in the harbour and they met a lieutenant and they told him where this unit was stationed. He says then that we went to the Hammer unit where Darrell got the contact numbers of Colonel Pitt All. Darrell contacted Colonel Pitt All and a meeting was set up with him. This is in paragraph 7. Darrell and Hansi Meyer, a member of the SAPS, met with Pitt All in a bar in Port Elizabeth. I was also in the bar, but was there only as an observer. Pitt All arrived at the bar with 2 bodyguards. The meeting was very short and they left. Nothing positive came out of this meeting. So from this, the impression is it wasn't just Darrell and Molokomo going to this bar. It was specifically a meeting was arranged with Colonel All, and a sort of meeting did take place. What came out of the meeting is unclear,
Yeah.
but a conversation was had between Hals and All.
Okay, because I wasn't there and I was just told by France they went to the bar.
That's what I'm
But
trying
you
to-
mentioned Meyer,
Yes.
Hansi. I know Hansi Meyer.
And is he at that stage in 2009, was he a police officer?
No, he was an ex-policeman.
So he wasn't a police officer in 2009.
No.
Okay. So you'd agree with me then the way it was conveyed to you by Mr. Molokomo and what's in Mr. Molokomo's statement is not the same.
No.
It's completely, you were specifically told this was just
Yeah, basically
exploratory
at the bar,
mission.
nothing happened. They were at the bar, they saw the unit members there, and that was that.
But you agree with that's not what Mr. Molokomo stated.
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
Okay. I just also want to tell you that the police did approach both Krobler and Hall. Krobler denies what Mr. Molokomo says, that he made any admission or any confession. All denies even knowing else Mayor or Molokomo. I just want you to be aware of that as well.
Well, if I was Krobler and it came out that I'm singing to people, look what happened to that Andre de Villiers.
I understand that, but what I'm saying is this is their affidavit. That's what they say in their affidavit. They deny Molokomo.
No, if I was them and I'd done that, I was also denied because no one's applied for amnesty for that, for the Highgate. So if they comes up that they're involved, they're going to be charged criminally.
But I just want to give you a scenario. You've indicated how dangerous this AMA unit is. You've told us of this alleged killing that they conducted on an informant.
Yes.
So if Krobler was a member of this unit and he knew how dangerous they were, does it make sense that he would just meet Daryl outside of the blue and tell him everything that happened? Knowing the consequences of doing that.
No, because there was another one who spoke to the media, I believe.
No, but
Yeah, no, I understand what you're saying.
From your own assertions,
Yes, no.
why would Mr. Krobler and all now come forward and say they were? Because they would be scared. Does it make sense that, you must remember this as well, there's no evidence against Mr. Krobler. There's no statement saying Wayne Krobler was seen at the Highgate, Wayne Krobler drove the car away. There's nothing implicating him. And he decides to come forward to implicate himself, knowing that he could possibly be killed by his members. Because he's not only implicating himself, he's implicating the other members of this unit.
No, that's true.
So does that make sense that someone would just want to do that?
Doesn't make sense, but sometimes people do strange things after a long period of time and you can't live with certain things inside you, what you've done. And you want to make things right before God. So I don't know whether or not he became a reborn Christian or something and decided to come forward and tell. That's what I was told, that this guy made this confession to them.
But when one considers the way all these stories were conveyed to you and way it's drafted by the persons who conveyed to you, their stories don't match up with what they even told you. What Mr. Molokomo told you and what he's telling us in that sworn affidavit is not the same. You agree with that?
Yeah, it's a long time ago. I can't remember exactly what I was told or anything like that. I was busy with other work. They were carrying on with this case, but I got the story here and there about what had transpired.
So both of this is important. So because like you indicated to my lord, Mr. Molokomo is going to be called to testify. So we don't want to put things to him that's not correctly conveyed. Are you now saying that what Mr. Molokomo is put in his affidavit could be correct and that you mistaken about what you were told?
What I was told about the guy confessing, that's what I was told.
Yes, but I'm talking specifically about this meeting at this barn.
Yeah, I could have got it wrong. The year it took place.
No, not about the year, but the circumstances. Listen.
The circumstances of the meeting
not the year,
and that.
The circumstances under which, because in your testimony, this was not a meeting. This was an exploratory investigation where they just wanted to see who was present at this bar.
Yeah, that's what I was told. So I can't say that. That's what I know, what I was told.
So just to clarify, what Mr. Molokomo told you and what's in his affidavit is not the same.
No.
Okay. So can we then accept that what they were telling you about Mr. Krobler was correct?
You see, the only problem here is the time period. You know, exactly what was said. Some days I don't even know what happened yesterday. Now, when putting this together, I had to go back and try to recall things, going through diaries and that type of thing, and what people have said. But, you know, I wasn't full-time on the investigation. I let them run with it. And when Daryl died, I never got exactly what he'd done, who he'd spoken to, what reports had he done for the NPA, because I was too busy bringing in money to feed my family and to keep my business afloat.
I appreciate that, Mr. Walter, but what I'm asking you is that what I've told you today regarding how long this inquest was in the hands, or how long this docket was in the hands of Mr. Alts for that 2.5 period where he never prepared it for the inquest, even though he was specifically instructed by his commander. What you've now learned of what Mr. Molokomo attested to in a sworn affidavit, and what you were specifically told, can you tell us today, with your experience, like you've indicated to us, that we can genuinely believe what Mr. Alts and what Mr. Molokomo told you that Mr. Krobler indicated that? Can we genuinely believe that actually happened the way they say it happened, considering everything else that's in this affidavit?
No, it could be that's what happened, and it's not to say that it didn't happen that way. I mean, I wasn't present, so I wouldn't know whether or not this guy made confessions, and all I know that this guy confessed that he was there, and this commander had given instructions. That's what I was told. Now we're talking what, from 2007, 2009 till to date. You know, it's a couple of layers. You know, and so my head is not really.
Okay. When Mr. Belling testified, he said that Alts told him that he had seen the structure where they did this training. It was the farm, what must it called? Slag. Something to that effect, my colleagues will correct me. And Mr. Molokomo confirmed that as well too when Mr. Belling had a conversation with him. So Frans Molokomo confirmed that he also had seen that structure. Now, as a seasoned investigator, yes, you might not have been a police investigator, but you would agree with me that in 2009, if they had seen the structure, if the SAPS was called out to photograph that structure, to document that structure, that is crucial circumstantial evidence that could possibly lead to a prosecution.
No, most definitely. I mean, if I was doing an investigation, that's the first thing I'd do is take photographs, take video.
Exactly.
Right?
But would it surprise you, there is no indication of that until Mr. Belling told us. Mr. Alts never told anyone about the structure. There's no photographs, there's no documentation. This Mr. Mayor, who was an ex-police officer, there's no indication that none of that was done. Because in 2007, like I said, yes, might not be direct evidence, but it's strong circumstantial evidence that one could then consider a prosecution. And which would then corroborate what Mr. Molokomo was stating, that Mr. Krobler confessed to this offense. Because you would agree with me that it's very rare that you just go to court with only a confession and no other corroborating evidence.
No, most definitely.
You do need something corroborating. But if we had to then call Mr. Molokomo, because as you are aware, I'm not sure, but confessions are difficult to get admitted. There are certain rules, evidentiary rules that you require.
Oh, most definitely, I know that.
Yes,
I mean, you take a confession from someone and get it thrown out of court.
Exactly. So when the trial is held, and then admissibility is then determined. But if we had that, plus we had these photographs documenting this, it's strong corroborating evidence.
You see, if I was involved with the meeting, okay, I would have recorded it with a recorder.
Yes.
Okay. If there was a farm where there was a set-up structure which looked like the Highgate, I would definitely go take pictures. You know, because you're building up a case slowly. You know, you can't just overnight say, yeah, this guy's confessed, thank you, case solved, let's go. So I hear what you say, and to me it's just strange because I didn't see Daryl in that light. You know, in many of the cases he helped me on, he was really, you know, he did the statements, he did the stuff all correctly. So when he handled this case, as you're telling me, to me it doesn't seem like Daryl. Normally he is spot on.
And would you agree with me that when you had these conversations with them in 2009, if they had told you, listen, we saw the structure, we were shown this structure that resembled the Highgate where they practice, what would I know you're saying they didn't, but if they had told you that, what would your reaction have been?
I'd say, where's the photos?
And if they had not taken anything, what would you have told them? If, say, for example, you asked them, listen, where's the photograph, and said, well, we didn't document it, what would you have told them at that stage?
To go back and go find the place.
So does it not seem strange then that here they were giving you this report on what occurred on this trip in 2009, but this crucial aspect is omitted from you, who at that stage was getting clarity on what was happening in this investigation? Does that not seem strange?
No, it does. It does. I mean, I'm shocked today to hear that.
It doesn't make sense that Mr. Alex would want to tell the family one thing, but omit it from you. Would you agree with me? That didn't.
No, I would agree with you, yes.
Mr. Botha, the other thing I want to ask you about is that Mr. Belling testified at some stage when, I think during the Mark Kaplan documentary, he was involved in certain mixed messages. I'm not sure if you know what mixed. It was an app, a messaging app similar to WhatsApp.
I heard about that. I don't know it.
Yeah. So there was certain conversations he was having with a person who indicated that they had video footage of the Highgate attack, and he was shocked by this because he was unaware of such a thing.
Yeah, I remember that.
Okay. And then through Mrs. Flanagan, they were able to trace this person because they did their own small undercover operation where they managed to then recover.
Stayed in West Bank.
Yes, that's the case. Can you please explain to us what your recollection of what happened?
Okay, yes, I remember that Neville had told me that there was maybe a video out there, that the thing was, now that you bring it up, I start to remember. I got warrant officer Potgieter from Cambridge Detectives. Based on their statement, we obtained a search warrant for that house. And I remember we went there and they took all the tapes, VHF tapes you could find in the house, because the people seemed to not know what was going on. And so we started looking through all the tapes. I think I even took some to Neville to look. And most of the stuff on hers was blue movies, porn and stuff like that. But we couldn't find any tapes where it would show that any footage of the Highgate attack.
This warrant officer Potgieter, was he involved in the investigation of the Highgate?
No, he wasn't.
Was he a detective?
Yes. See, what happens in some cases, a private investigator, we can't do certain things. So I would go to a detective in the police and give him a background of what's going on, and in most cases they will help you. And because it was a Highgate hotel attack, I called him Puffy. Puffy was willing to help, and I could only go there on my own without a search warrant, search somebody's house, find something, and then the evidence cannot be used. So I just wanted to make sure that it was legal what we were doing.
Okay.
I know I was involved in that with the VHF tapes, but when I looked, it was just porn. These people just watching porn.
Sorry, my lord, I see it's coming on to 11. I'm not
Yes.
sure there's be any opportunity to just take the tea.
Yes, indeed. Yes, Mr. Botha has been going for a while. We'll take the morning adjournment, court adjourned.
All right.
Mr. Botha, you can. I don't know if you can smoke the building, but. Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Botha, just to carry on from where we stopped just before the break, we were going through the search warrants that resulted from the information that Mr. Belling had provided, and you indicated that tapes were recovered that had no evidential value
Yes.
to it. Is that correct? I just want to confirm, you said that a warrant support Potgieter assisted you to obtain the search warrant,
Yes, and he came with.
and he conducted the search.
Yes.
Okay, and then you confirmed that Sergeant Warrant for Potgieter was not an investigator on this docket.
No, not at all.
So did he draft the affidavit for the search warrant?
Yes, I'm sure he did.
And did you have sight of that affidavit?
No, I didn't.
And do you are aware of whether Warrant for Potgieter actually spoke to Mr. Belling?
As not far as I'm aware, no.
You see, the reason, like you've indicated, there are certain rules when it comes to search warrants and the application thereof.
Yes.
As you might be aware, it's made to a magistrate in the district and it's based on affidavit, normally by the investigating officer of that specific case.
Yes.
Because he should be aware of the evidence, he should be aware of what he's looking for, and he must be aware of how that evidence is required, because the magistrate, it is an application. So the magistrate has to consider that application to determine if it should be approved. You'd agree with me? Right?
Yes, I'm aware of that.
So I just, like you said, it's important for those procedures to be followed in order that if any evidence is found, the admissibility cannot be challenged. Would you agree with me?
That's correct.
So it's just that I just find it strange that an officer who had no knowledge of this would not speak to a witness but apply for a warrant.
Yeah, you see, that was a while back, and those systems have changed now. It's not easy to get a search warrant these days as it was a couple of years ago, you know, because people were applying for Section 205 subpoenas for their wives' cell phone numbers to follow up on if their wife's having an affair and that type of thing. So that's all been changed, and it's much stricter now with regards to obtaining a search warrant or a Section 205 subpoena. So I spoke to him, if I can recall. We got a warrant, he got a warrant, he spoke to the people, we went in, collected all the tapes, went through the tapes. I think I even took some tapes for Neville to look at, but most of it was porn. There was nothing on these tapes of any value.
And the warrant was for the house, that house that this person lived in.
Yes.
It's because when Mr. Belling testified, he said that the warrant, he was told the warrant was for the room, which I found, and my colleagues found strange, because in my years as a prosecutor, I've never come across a warrant for one room. I've come across a warrant for a house, for a dwelling. I've
Yes.
never come across where a warrant is granted for a specific room and not the entire house. And Mr. Belling indicated he found that strange because he asked, you, why didn't you search the entire house?
Yeah, I can't remember all of that. All I remember is that going into this house, and they were in the lounge. There was a TV with a VHS, and there was a box load of VHF tapes. So those are the tapes that we took. I don't recall going into any of the other rooms with regards to searching other than the lounge area.
But you confirmed, so were you part of the search as well?
Yeah, I went present while they were searching. I was there.
Now, Mr. Botha, Mr. Belling also testified that at some point while they were, when Mr. House was giving them all this information, Mr. House told Mr. Belling that he knew the names of the suspects, but that he was not going to give him the name until he prepared this report and when he arrived back in East London. Are you aware of that? Did Mr. House
No.
tell you that?
No.
When Mr. House then came back to East London, and when the family then, through Mr. Belling, tried to get hold of Mr. House, he basically then disappeared. And they struggled to get hold of him. Are you aware of that?
No, I'm not.
Mr. Belling also testified that he then asked your assistance to try and locate Mr. House. You remember that?
Yes, because I'm not sure when I think I just moved to 12th Avenue in Ganubi, and Daryl and I had a breakup in the business where I had a client in Johannesburg which we were taking Pick and Pay. We were going to sue Pick and Pay for millions with regards to an investigation we did on one of our clients. And what I found out that, because we had a contract in place with the guy, I would then request funding to fly Daryl up to Joburg, because he handled that case. I stayed with another case. And behind my back, Daryl had taken money from the client cash and never told me about it. So when I found out about it, I said, that's it. I can't work with somebody who would do such a thing. You must, you're working under a contract under my business, and now you're taking cash from the client, which I was unaware of. So that's when we had a split up.
That's actually very interesting, Mr. Botha. Thank you for actually sharing that. What I was going to ask you is, again, as you testified about Mr. House conveying this need for justice, do you not find it strange that when the family wanted that justice, wanted those names, this man just basically disappeared?
Now, to me it is strange, because in the beginning, when we started working the case, we met with the head of the upper, the commander and all that, everything was going smoothly. And then, obviously I can't explain on Daryl why he disappeared, why I never spoke to the family, why I didn't give them a report, because he mainly dealt with the family at that stage.
But considering what you just told us now, of what your experience with Mr. House was, where you being a person who had employed him when he was in need of a job, provided him with that income now, and he rewarded you by going behind your back. Considering everything I've told you here today, does that surprise you now?
I didn't expect that from Daryl, if I may be honest. However, that client was, we had specific hours to work for that client, specific things that we needed done. And that client would change all the time. You want this done, what's done, this done. And then, so Daryl would stay extra in Joburg. And then, I wanted to bill him, and then Daryl said, no, you don't have to bill him, it's in the contract, what. Meanwhile, I found out that he had, the client had paid, it wasn't large amounts, it was like maybe 3,000 Rand or whatever the case might be. But to me, it's a contract that was signed with my CC, with the client. So if he needed any funding, further funding, then I would submit a report to the client to request further funding and explain what that funding's for. I don't just go take money from people and then you don't hear from me and you don't get a report. When I take on a client, I keep them up to date. Like the normal Wolseley murder in Cape Town, the family hired 3 sets of PRs in Cape Town. Every one of them had coffee. Over coffee they discussed the case and they said it's a cold case. No shit, Sherlock, it's a cold case. That's why they were hired. So when the family contacted me, I immediately drafted a service contract agreement, and the 4 days I was in Cape Town, every evening I gave them a report on what we'd done that day, and on the 4th day we arrested the suspect. So I kept the family up to date. So if I needed more funds, I've got to justify to my clients. I can't just say, look, I need 10 grand. The client's going to say, but what's it for? I've already paid you so much. So when Daryl took money from things, I got angry, because at the end of the day, it was not like Daryl, but he was going through a bad patch at that time. He was up in Joburg with this specific case with France. They were staying at the Formula One, I think in Benoni, and the sheriff of the court served him there his divorce papers. His wife couldn't even wait for him to get home, and served him at the...
Mr. Botha, I appreciate...
Yeah, so I'm just saying at that time Daryl was not here nor there.
But you agree with me, what he did was a breach of trust?
Most definitely.
Okay. And would you agree with me that everything I've laid out to you today, of what Mr. House told you, what he told the family, and what he actually did, it's fair to say it's very hard to believe what Mr. House was telling anyone. Because he would tell you one thing, he'll then tell the family a different thing, and you go on that way. Would you agree with me that it's very difficult to believe what the truth was coming out of
I
Mr.
fully
House?
understand you. And where I felt in this case, where I thought he was on the right track, was the day when Carte Blanche were doing the thing, and we came outside, and Gerard Lotz was parked up the road. As soon as he saw us, he drove away. And that's I saw with my own eyes. So based on that, I go look at Daryl, what he's been saying, and judge it on Mr. Lott's being there. There was no reason for him to be there. I mean, he's a former security branch policeman. He got amnesty for the Gniwe killings, and he's linked to the Hammer unit, because on the Gniwe case, Hammer unit members were present at the roadblock. So all that to me started making a pattern.
Okay.
But as you say, it's hearsay. It's not crucial evidence which I can say in the criminal court, look, we've got him. Even if the guy in Cape Town gave a confession and then comes to court, changes his mind, as you know, you'll have a trial within a trial on how that confession was taken.
But you'll agree with me that what Mr. Els told you and what he told the family about specifically that the incident in 2009 is not the same.
Yes.
Just to go on about General Lotz and the Gniwe Craddock 4, I'm not going to go a lot into that, but Mr. Lotz never got amnesty for the Craddock 4. He was denied amnesty. I just want to, I'm not sure.
I know there was one he was denied, because he was involved with the PEPCO 3.
But just to place, I'm not sure where.
I'm not aware of that.
Yeah, so, and my colleagues, as well as my learned friends for families involved in that matter, my involvement is not, but in the discussions with my learned colleagues as well, that the only people that applied for amnesty was the SAPS and not anyone from the South African Defence Force, either the Hammer Squad. Are you aware of that?
Yes.
For the Craddock.
Yes.
They never, so no members of the Hammer Squad applied for amnesty. Also, the evidence was that.
And none of them were brought to the inquest, I think.
So what I'm telling you is they never applied for amnesty. So no one from the Hammer Squad actually came forward and said, we were involved with the killing of the Craddock 4 and we are applying for amnesty. It was just SAPS members.
Okay.
Okay. Also, the evidence was that they were pulled off by the police, not during a roadblock. So the Hammer Squad, I know you've submitted that the Hammer Squad was part of a roadblock, but that's not the evidence in the Craddock 4. Are you aware of that?
No, also went off media reports of what had transpired back at that time.
You see, Mr. Motha, the reason I'm asking you that, and that is what the problem we're having at the moment, is a lot of people are making assumptions based on what they've either read, heard, or was told, and drawing conclusions that are giving hope to people. And we need to be careful of that. You understand what I'm saying? We cannot listen to someone who might be not even aware of what's going on and give us a story, and we run with it and we give hope, because this family needs this. The survivors want justice. So we must not, false hope is a very, very dangerous thing.
Now, I fully understand you with regards to that, because in any of my cases, there's first things you don't do is you never promise a client anything, because you cannot guarantee nothing. So I hear what you say. It's just that at that time I looked up to Daryl, because he was a good investigator. He had done good things in his career in the police. And I met him through a very good friend, Peter Roddy, who was also a member in the Scorpions. And I've known Peter for years, and that's how it introduced me to Daryl. And yeah, so I believed what Daryl was telling me, and putting it down on paper, as I know it's hearsay, it's what he told me. So what comes out there, what he told the family and told me, I can't remember exactly what was said to me or given names and all that. I know that he went to Cape Town. I left him to run with the case because I wasn't getting paid, so I had to make sure that my business was running, that I was bringing in money.
I appreciate that, Mr. Botha, but what I'm trying to convey to you as well is that when people are layperson when it comes to the law, if you don't understand the rules of evidence and what is allowed, it's difficult when you tell a person that I can't lead a certain evidence for a person who said I committed the crime, because there's certain rules that govern it. And if you give a layperson without context, they would then make assumptions that there's something wrong with the justice system, there's something wrong with the NPA, with the SAPS in the investigation. It's therefore important, context is very important, that when you explain to someone, this is what I have. But the problem I have is that it's hearsay, it's innuendo, it's suspicion, and it's not evidence. If you don't explain that to people, they're not going to understand it. And that is why it's so dangerous for people to just run in media stories, and for what Mr. Also is doing here as well, where he would say, I have this information, I have this suspect, but not provide any evidence to anyone, including the people he was supposed to be helping. You would agree with me that's very dangerous.
Most definitely.
And when he told Mr. Belling that he had those names, you would agree with me that if he did have names of suspects with evidence, that was important not only to Mr. Belling, but whoever the current investigator of the case would have been. That is information you should provide it to the SAPS so that they could run with that avenue of investigation. So if he had a name of a suspect, if he had a name of a person who would confess, they should run with it.
Most definitely, and obviously I was told by him that he had been speaking with the NPA, so I was under the impression that any information that he was found, he was doing reports and sending it off to the NPA to try and get the case docket reopened.
And that document that you've attached to your statement that you said you found on your computer.
Yes.
Just to clarify, in your affidavit you referred to it as a statement. It's not actually a statement because it's initially not signed.
Yes.
And not commissioned, and it's not handwritten in Mr. Alsa's. It's a typed
Yes.
copy.
Now, if to me, if he's done that, he would have done that for some reason for that statement to go to. I wouldn't know where that statement's gone. The original commissioned one, that was just typed on my laptop, which I found.
So what would be logical from your mind as well too is that if he had typed this, what he should have done was, because in that statement he's asking for an investigation, that would have to be directed to the SAPS, so that statement, you would agree with me?
Yes.
That would hand it to the current investigator and say, these are my suspicions, that the third force is involved, and I require you to investigate. I'm not, let you indicate, if I stand to be corrected, you were in the reservists and flying squad, so you never dealt with dockets as such, or statements.
I did.
And you'd agree with normally when a complainant would file an affidavit, they would end it, the normal saying, I require further investigation.
Yes.
Which is directed at the SAPS. As you're aware, as NPA officials, we cannot take statements just like you, and we do not conduct investigation. We would direct that the SAPS. So this statement should be, or in your mind, is directed to the police.
I believe so, yes.
Would it surprise you if I had to tell you there is no signed affidavit for this, in any way in the document?
Well, why would he put an effort and do the thing? No, I
But
can
considering
believe you.
everything I've told you about
No,
Mr.
I
House,
can believe you because,
Yeah.
that statement, as we know, it's not commissioned. And I would only think that statement would have been made, as you say, to investigate further on this specific case.
I appreciate that Mr. House was your friend, and obviously he is not yet to defend himself. I appreciate that. But in light of everything that I've told you now, specifically with regard to the inquest, specifically with regards to, if I have to tell you he never submitted this, in light of everything that he's done, would that be a surprise? Not considering your history with it, only your history, sorry, considering everything that I've told you to.
Now, with other cases that we work together, he would, because he's got quite a nice way of writing, you see, and he would do letters in that, and he would send them off, in cases that we've done, or reports. He would help do a report or take a statement. So for him to take a statement, there must have been a reason for it. I cannot answer for him whether he handed it to the police or whether he never had it commissioned. All I can say, it was on my computer, under his name, and I saw the contents was with regards to the Highgate.
So if he had commissioned, would it be safe to say that considering the amount of, even though you were not mandated by the family, considering the amount of work that Mr. Alves was telling you he was doing in this matter on behalf, that he would have kept a record of somewhere of what was happening.
Yes.
But he never provided that file to you for,
No.
for filing or anything
No.
of that nature. So this would, if he had submitted this, that would probably be in that.
Sorry?
If he had signed and submitted it to the SAPS, it would probably be in that file.
Yes.
And you indicated earlier as well too that his computer crashed, so he was then using your computer to continue with his work. And this was the only thing that you were able to find regarding the Highgate map.
Yes.
So there was no other documentation
No,
that you
I
could come
went.
across.
I went to go look through all my files. I went to all my hard drives I had, because a lot of the hard drives I got is from work from 1996 onwards. So I went and searched everything to find anything that he might have done, and the only thing I could find was that statement.
And when did this separation of your business relationship take place?
It was. I just moved to 12th Avenue, I think it was. Can it be 2000? After 2010. Yeah, about 2010, 11, 12, somewhere there.
And at that stage, according to the family, it was difficult to get hold of Mr. Alice.
Well, I never tried to get hold of him. We were having an argument, and I eventually had a lawyer's letter served on him, to refrain from interfering or requesting funds for any of my clients.
Had he done that?
Well, I found
Except
out
for this one.
he did that once he did,
Okay.
and I found out, and that's when I stopped it right there and then, and just sent a lawyer's letter to say that, because I didn't know if he could go behind my back to other clients or whatever, and, give my business a bad name.
So at that stage, you could safely say you were no longer trusted.
Yes, it hurt me. I took him when he was really bad. What they were doing initially when they were working for a cash loan business, and they would go 3 o'clock in the morning with the people's cards to draw their money. And that's when I met him. He was doing that and he was battling. And I thought, well, this man's got a lot of knowledge. I mean, he was assistant in charge of murder and robbery in East London. So I took him in under my wing to not only to give help for me, but also to learn from him, and which I learned a lot. So when that happened, I was really hurt about it, because I didn't expect that from him.
Mr. Botha, were you a commissioner of police at any stage?
Yes, when I was on duty as a reservist.
In 2007?
2007, yes. I was a reservist from 1992 till the end of 2016.
Because the statement...
Yeah, it's my name is at the bottom for the commission.
Yeah,
But I can't...
there's a time and everything.
Yeah, I can't recall commissioning that statement.
But would you have been able to do that?
Yes,
You've been able to commission it?
yes,
Because it gives the time as well, 4:10 in the afternoon.
yes.
On
But
the,
I
on
can't-
the 25th of June 2007.
Yes, but I
When
can't...
you were a commissioner.
Yes, I was in the reserve still.
But you say you can't recall whether you...
I can't recall actually signing that document.
Thank you.
Thank you, my lord. I'm interested. From my lord's questioning, in that itself, it seems that he intended for you to commission.
Yes, well, I would have, because obviously he put my name in there.
So it's safe to say that if you didn't commission it, the statement never made its
Went
way
out.
to the
Yeah,
SAPS.
but I can't recall the statement. I only picked it up in my computer while going through the things. But I cannot recall commission in that specific statement.
I have spoken to the investigating officer to clarify if he received such a statement or Captain Nell prior to him or any of the investigators, and he's confirmed that he's never seen the statement. So it looks like Mr. Alts never followed through with this. Would you agree with me?
Well, if it's not with the police, which was intended to go,
And the fact that you can't remember
and I
commissioning
can't remember commissioning that.
It's
You know,
safe
I
to
could
say-
have done it, but you know, that was a long time ago.
it, but it's safe to assume that he never followed through with it.
Yeah, well, if the police haven't got it, because they would be the recipient of something like that.
And again, if his intention was for the investigation onto the third force, this would be important. Would you agree with me?
No, most definitely, because it makes mention of a third force, it makes mention of the similarities between how the Hammer unit work and how the attack was conducted at the Highgate.
Mr. Botha, I'm just going to refer to paragraph 12 of your affidavit, where in the middle of it you refer to, in some instances, I'm going to read verbatim, in some instances the AMA unit worked together with SAP, and it was quite concerning that the police investigation matter was not conducted in a professional manner. I just want to get clarity, is that you quoting from this article, or is that your opinion?
It's my opinion from information over time that stuff is missing from the docket. You know, because I have read up that, you know, the docket, there's lots of stuff missing, evidence missing, and that type of thing. So if I can recall that, what I meant by that is basically the investigation at the time. The police were very good investigators in those times. And as you said, the Highgate Hotel, where innocent people were shot, innocent people died, that would be a priority one case to work on. And so to me it's shocking that they didn't get information about the Hammer unit then, or identify things then. But now you're telling me, which I was unaware of, is that for 2 years Darryl was given instructions and those instructions weren't followed.
Also, that Mr. Alts carried the docket the longest from all the initial detectives.
Yes, because he told me he carried the docket at one stage, but I didn't ask how long you carried it. I knew he was a good investigator, so that's news to me today, that he had the docket for 2 years and nothing was done.
Is it a fair statement to say that when Mr. Alts spoke to you about this docket, about this matter, he gave you this impression that he did everything he could, but from what I've shown you today, that's not actually correct?
Yes, all I knew that he told me that he was taken off the case. That's all. So I don't know the reason why he was taken off the case. You know, you could speculate he wasn't following the narrative of the police investigation to not link the military to it. But now there's a thing where he didn't do anything on it, you know. I mean, I haven't seen the docket. I haven't seen any instructions given the investigation diary of anything. You've obviously got access to the docket, so I wouldn't know what's in the investigation diary as to what instructions were given to him.
Can you still recall, Mr. Botha, in 2007, was there still the Appler narrative? Idea is Appler?
No. No,
It changed by then.
yes. Darryl was convinced that it was this Hammer unit from the beginning, because he had told me, Your Worship, that there had been a trommel found in Swaziland or something, which had documentation of Appler's attacks. And every attack which they claimed was in there, the reports. Because they didn't just willy-nilly do an attack, they had reports, they had instructions. And in that trommel, all those attacks were accounted for, except for the Highgate. And that's what Darryl told me. So,
No, I accept, I accept from Mr. Elsa's perspective, referring to 2007, but officially, was it still the upper?
oh, whether you believed it was upload?
Officially.
Officially?
Was
No,
it still said that this was an upload?
no. He was adamant to
Not
me.
Mr. Els, not Mr. Els. The police, for example.
I don't know, Your Worship.
Change,
No.
because that was the initial story that upload.
Yes, that was the initial story, but Darryl didn't believe it from the time I spoke to, when he explained to me initially on the Highgate what had happened.
Thank you, my Lord. Ms. Botha, just one last aspect. You would agree with me from what you've heard here today that Mr. House never produced any evidence to implicate anyone, be it Upla, be it the Hammer Squad, be it any other member, never informed you, and that there is, from what you have got from your documentation, any evidence been submitted to that effect?
No, just his word.
Thank you very much.
As the court Mr. Wood, actually thank you for taking the time to be with us today. The chambers are grateful for your presence.
Sure.
My learned colleague from the state has been through the facts as they relate to you in some depth, so I'm going to try to be as short as I can, and I'll try not to duplicate the questions he's already put to you. One of our clients, Neville Belling, who you're familiar with,
Yes.
he has made out a statement, and part of what he has said in relation to the work of Darryl Els has been already put to you by Advocate Govender. From the family's perspective, certainly after that mission to Cape Town, when Neville Belling received a call from Darryl, and look, this is in Mr. Belling's statements at Exhibit C, and at page 10 of that paginated bundle, Darryl called Neville at around 9 p.m., told him that he had met people responsible for the attacks, or rather he was certain he had met some of the men responsible for the attacks, mentioned one of their names, which he cannot recall. He can't give any more details until he's given a full report to the NPA, stated that as soon as he'll get back home, he'll write out a full report and provide this to the NPA. So from the perspective of Neville Belling and the other family members and survivors, after receiving a call of that nature, they understandably took the view that, well, this case is almost solved now. The culprits have been identified, and you would accept that from their perspective, that is the view they would take.
Oh, most definitely.
And then Mr. Belling writes, we never heard from Darryl again after this. They simply heard the NPA telling them that his laptop had been stolen and the information was lost. Again, from their perspective, they feel terribly let down, perhaps even misled. Is that also a feeling you can understand them having?
Well, what I've heard today, I also feel the same thing.
Right. I want to take you to a few issues that you raise in your statement. They've already been canvassed in some depth. All right, so paragraph 8, you mentioned that you didn't have a mandate from the victims, but Daryl felt strongly about this case and was gathering information. And he felt that these were members of the specialised unit, the Hammer unit. And you're right, it made sense because the hand grenade and tear gas canister were from the SADF. And then a colleague for the NPA has already pointed out to you that the tear gas canister was locally produced and used by both SADF and SAP, but the hand grenade was in fact from abroad. My lord, the evidence of Shal Nadir, he believes that to be an RDG-5 hand grenade, which is from the Soviet bloc. But I do want to clear up a point made by my learned friend for the state, where he suggested that the SADF did not have access to such hand grenades, or they're not available to the SADF at that time. My lord, if we look at the affidavit, rather the report of Shal Nadir, the explosives expert for the family, on page 3, and that's Exhibit O, he writes, the SADF never procured these hand grenades. They were manufactured either in China, the Soviet Union, or other Eastern Bloc countries. We also checked the transcript. What we could pick up, and also from my notes, is that he said such grenades were obtained from the Soviet Union, and that we did not have the facilities or license to manufacture them locally. My lord, we will be submitting in due course that the SADF in fact would have had access to such hand grenades and such weapons generally. We even heard that AK-47 ammunition was being manufactured by PMP for special operations and used by...
the ones without identifying features.
Exactly.
Yes.
And my lord, for special operations that the SADF and security branch and Flakplas, they were using on a regular basis Soviet-made weapons, and they had access to, for example, Soviet-made grenades and limpet mines and the like. And my lord, just to give one example, Mr. Martin Nadir, who was with the security branch, he applied for amnesty for planting an arms cache near Krugersdorp in 1988. That amnesty decision is AC 2001/119. I'm not going to go into too much detail because it's not that relevant. But according to the Truth Commission report, Volume 6, Chapter 1, page 214, paragraphs 149 to 151, the arms cache that the security branch planted was full of Soviet bloc weaponry. And my lord, that was then used as a pretext to do a raid into Gaborone, which killed a number of people, including civilians. So on that score, Mr. Burta, we would agree with you that the police, particularly the special branch, or rather the security branch, certainly would have had access to such weaponry, and the South African Defence Force, in carrying out their own operations, would also have had access. Now, in paragraph 10, you made reference to Mr. Gerhard Lotz. And my learned friend has already pointed out that, in fact, he was denied amnesty for the Craddock 4 case. And just for the record, he was also denied amnesty for the Pepco 3 murders as well. And as mentioned, by coincidence, the two teams here are representing the families in Craddock 4 as well as Pepco 3, and some of my learned friends for the state are also involved in those investigations as well. And to the best of my knowledge, I'm also not aware of the Hammer unit being involved in the Craddock 4 case. It seemed to have been a collaboration between the security branch and Vlakplaas. However, there was an SADF connection, because it does seem as if that plot was hatched at a higher level. And we're aware, of course, of the infamous signal authorised by none other than Joffel van der Westhuizen, who at that time was the officer commanding of the Army's Eastern Province Command. And while we're on the Hammer unit, you mentioned in paragraph 11 of your statement that their modus operandi was the wearing of overalls, balaclavas, and black camouflage cream. And then you say, as was the case in the Highgate attack. Where did you pick up the modus operandi of the Hammer unit?
There was a story written. I've attached it to my statement.
Are you referring to the article by Sam Soll?
That's correct.
Okay. So that Sam Soll is a well-known and a very respected investigative journalist. And, well, we'd have to read it to see whether he made those references. But is that the only document that you're relying on to make the statement that this was their modus operandi?
Yes, and what Daryl had told me about that unit.
Okay. Am I also correct in saying that in the Sam Soll article he made no reference to the Highgate case?
No.
All right. You mentioned in your evidence in chief this morning that you had received a report, probably an oral one, from Daryl Else and Frans, who in about 2006 or 7 went to Port Elizabeth. They were in the EP Command bar, and there they noticed Joffel van der Westhuizen, or somebody that you came to assume was Joffel van der Westhuizen.
Yes, no, that I was just told that they went to this bar, and this bar is where all the ex-military guys go and drink and talk about their good old days and stuff like that. So I think they went there. I wasn't aware that they were supposed to meet somebody. I know that ex-policeman Meyer. I know him, not well, but he was. He worked in the gang unit in PE when he was still in the police force. So I wasn't aware that there was an arrangement made with Hansie Meyer and Frans and this other commander or something for the Hammer unit.
Right. And we also heard that you made the assumption that it was Joffel van der Westhuizen because he had bodyguards with him and he appeared to be the fellow in charge.
Yes, I just made assumptions that it's told the commander. So the only commander I know of the unit is the commander who formed the unit in '83.
Well, we there's no way to determine whether it was him or somebody else But my lord, just for the record, Joffel van der Westhuizen was the officer commanding EP Command between January 1983 and January 1987. He was then transferred to Witwatersrand Command in Johannesburg. He was there from 1987 to 1990, and he was then promoted to become Chief Staff Intelligence, Head of Military Intelligence, and he held that post between 1991 and 1994. I presume that was based in Pretoria, and he retired in 1994. So post 94, he wasn't holding any official post in the SADF. So look, it may be that he might have come back for a drink, but he certainly wasn't in charge at that time, 2006 or
Because
2007.
Frans had said that the commander or something, but the commander stayed in Humansdorp or something, if I can recall.
Right. In relation to the money that was raised to send Daryl and Frans down to Cape Town, the 5,000 rand, you've already conceded that you might have received the check.
It's possible, but I don't, because I never had a contract to take money from the family or anything. I would have only worked with a contract in place, as that was a requirement as being a registered private investigator with CIRA, that there were certain criteria you had to fit to be a PR. You had to have a contract in place, number one, because they do an inspection on you. CIRA would come do an inspection and say, where's your contracts? If you haven't got contracts, then you're not abiding by the standards of being a registered private investigator.
Sure, no, that's taken as a given. My lord, I can't recall whether my learned friend made reference to Exhibit G, which is a signed receipt from Christian Botha.
This is the question referred to.
Okay.
You said that there was this receipt.
Yes. My lord, it's already part.
He never presented it to Mr. Botha.
Right. We can do that. My lord, we may as well. Let it be recorded that we are handing up Exhibit G, which it reads. It's dated 4th of May 2009, and it reads: Christian Botha received a check number 0001 for an amount of 5,000 rand. Check made out to CBI, received by Christian Botha. And Neville Bayling handed over the check. You might not recall, but you don't dispute that there's...
No, that's my handwriting, so... Yeah, but if they'd given the money, it would have been given to Daryl for the expenses.
Right. Now, of course, this has been difficult for you because you yourself didn't carry out any of these investigations. It was done by your colleagues, Darragh Els and Frans Malakome. So, obviously, much of your evidence consists of hearsay. Now, according to the statement of Frans Malakome, my lord, that's Exhibit D, at pages 9 and 10. He mentions that after the Carte Blanche television show, he says during 2009, although in fact that show was broadcast in 2007, a man with the name of Wayne Grobler, residing in Cape Town, came to East London to meet with Darryl. Wayne Grobler informed Darryl that he used to be part of the Hammer unit and indicated that the Hammer unit was responsible for the attack. The instruction to attack the hotel came from the commander of the unit, Colonel Pete Hall. Wayne Grobler indicated to us that he was the driver of the vehicle during the attack. After the attack, they went to a farm of the SADF outside of Grahamstown to lay low. At that time, was that mentioned to you by either Frans or Darryl?
No, because in that statement there it says that they met him in East London. That's not what I was told. That's why there was money to pay to go to Cape Town.
Yeah, no. This is at a different time already. This doesn't have anything to do with the the Cape Town trip.
Okay, no, I don't know about that.
It was just after Carte Blanche had done their filming in East London.
Okay.
So you have no knowledge of that. And then I want to make a few references to the statement of Captain Benjamin Nell, who also investigated this case for some years. My lord, that's Exhibit D, pages 81 to 86 of that bundle. According to Captain Nell, Neville informed him that Els was investigating the case, and he was employed by Christian Botha Investigations. He also states that Neville told him that he received an SMS from Darryl Els, dated 7th of May 1995, which states, "Survived encounter, Paul is a definite suspect." Did Darryl mention that to you at any point?
No.
And in paragraph 7 of Captain Nell's statement, he said he attended several meetings with Els to discuss his findings. Did you ever attend any of those meetings?
No.
Then Captain Nell, at paragraph 10 of his statement, my lord, that's on page 82 at the bottom, says the following, and let me just read this to you. An interview was conducted with Christian Botha, the sole member of Christian Botha Investigation, CBI, for which Darryl Els and Frans Molokomi worked for. He confirmed that Darryl met a man in Cape Town who informed him that he was part of the Hammer unit of the SADF, and that Colonel Hall was in charge of the group that attacked the Highgate Hotel. He also informed me that Dean Venish from the SAP's dog unit East London came to see him and told him that he and his partner were the first SAP members on the scene of the Highgate attack. Venish informed him that a man came out of the hotel and said that white men shot at them. Firstly, do you recall the interview with Captain Ben Nell?
I can't recall it, but I'm not saying I didn't have it. But what you mentioned about what Dean Venish said about the people came out, the white men, I've heard that. So it could have been told to me by this Captain Nell. I mean, that was some time back. And in those times I was busy with sometimes 2-3 murder cases at once, and I was out of town a lot. So I can't remember every specific thing, but I remember that about Dean Venish, because I know Dean Venish. He was with the dog unit many years ago. But that meeting with him, it's possible I had it with him, but I can't recall offhand what the guy looks like or anything.
Right.
But if he says it there, then it's, it would
Well,
have...
yeah, he's actually saying that you informed him of what Dean Venish claimed. So it's quite possible that because you had known Dean Venish previously, you had spoken to him and you passed this on to Captain Nell.
Yes.
And indeed a statement was taken from Venish, and in that statement, which we can haul up in a moment, on the scene as they approached the entrance, there were 2 individuals coming out the hotel, and one made a reference to bloody whites. We'll get that. We'll put that to you shortly. And in fact, my lord, if you go to paragraph 11 of Captain Nell's statement, he then says that an interview was conducted, and a statement taken from Warrant Officer Dean Venish. And they said that there was a small collision with the pavement, and they came to a stop. Venish jumped out, ran towards the entrance. 2 men came out of the hotel, and one of the men said, "These bloody whites." And that was the first time that Venish had been interviewed regarding the attack. So you do have a recollection of Venish stating that to you?
Yes, I remember.
Okay. Mr. Buddha, we also heard the evidence of Teresa Eldman, who'd been playing a supportive role to the survivors and families. And in her statement, my lord, that's also in bundle C, at page 107. She mentions that in 2006, Daryl Else agreed to meet with Neville and me in East London on the 20th of September 2006. However, due to Daryl's work commitments, Teresa met with him on the 19th of September of that year in Port Elizabeth instead. Christian Botha was also present at the meeting as they were doing private investigative work together. Do you recall being at that meeting with Daryl Else and Teresa Eldman in September of 2006?
In PE?
In Port Elizabeth.
I can't remember.
Because in that meeting, according to Teresa, Daryl Else set out why the Highgate attack was not consistent with a typical Appler attack. My Lord, we have no further questions.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you,
Thank you for your
Your Worship. Thank you.
Governor.
Thank you, my lord. Thank you for the indulgence, my lord. My lord, we call Mr. Swile Franz Molokomo.
So state your full name to the court, please.
I'm Swile Franz Mlokome.
Thank you. Do you have any objection in taking the oath?
No.
Do you consider the oath binding on your conscience?
Yes.
Do you swear that the evidence will give in front of the court will be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Please raise your right hand and say so help me God.
So good.
Thank you. What will you continue?
Mr. Governor.
Thank you, my lord. My lord, before we proceed, to confirm that Mr. Molokomo's first language is not English, but I have canvassed the issue regarding an interpreter, and he's indicated that he is comfortable testifying in English and would not require an interpreter. My lord can confirm the same with Mr. Molokomo.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
The other aspect, my lord, is that he has indicated as well with regard to the media, he has no problems in his face being and audio being broadcast. His affidavit appears in Exhibit D, pages 9 to 10. It has been made reference to already. He has requested, my lord, that I read his statement into the record. He's been given the statement. I have confirmed with him during the adjournment, and he's confirmed that the statement is in fact a correct reflection of what he had indicated and contains what he had informed when he signed the affidavit. With leave of the court, my lord, may I read it into the record?
Very well. Please go ahead, Mr. Governor.
The affidavit says, Swile Franz Molokomo, states under oath, I'm an adult male with ID number 6401017007083, residing at number 14 Belgravia Crescent, East London, with contact number 026820161. I'm employed at Christian Water Investigation as a private investigator in Gunoobi, East London. I used to work with Daryl Alts until he left Christian Water Investigation. Daryl Alts was a member of the South African Police Services and the Special Investigations Unit, the Scorpions. During this time, Daryl was the investigating officer of the case where the Highgate Hotel was attacked during May 1993. During a 2009 carte blanche at a television show reenacting the Highgate Hotel attack. After the broadcast of that show, a man with the name of Wayne Krobler, residing in Cape Town, came to East London to meet with Daryl House. Wayne Krobler informed Daryl that he used to be part of the Hammer unit of the South African Defence Force, situated outside Port Elizabeth. Wayne Krobler indicated that the Hammer unit was responsible for the attack on the Highgate Hotel. The instruction to attack the hotel came from the commander of the unit, Colonel Pitt Hall. Wayne Krobler indicated to us that he was the driver of the vehicle used during the attack. After the attack, they went to a farm of the SADF outside of Grahamstown to lay low. Paragraph 4, Krobler then gave us names of the members attached to the Hammer unit: Major General C.P. van der Westhuizen, Colonel Pitt Hall, in brackets commander, Andres Striebuch, with the cell phone number 0826533770, second in command, Karel Kome, Captain F.P. Duprier, Sergeant Major M.D. Khom, Gideon van der Merwe, with an address PO Box 174, Frederlist, Kirkwood, with the numbers 042-230-1305, 082-560-2176. At a later stage, while in Cape Town, we went to visit Wayne Krobler at his house, where he repeated the above allegations. During November of 2009, myself and Daryl Alts went to Port Elizabeth to investigate the above given information. We first went to the SADF offices near the harbour in PE, where we met with Lieutenant Bali. He informed us that the Hammer unit was situated outside PE and gave us the names of Captain Khoos and Lieutenant Bontes. We went to the Hammer unit where Daryl got the contact number of Colonel Pitt Hall. Daryl contacted Colonel Pitt Hall and a meeting was set up with him. Daryl and Ansi Meyer, a member of the SAPS, met with Pitt Hall in a bar in Port Elizabeth. I was also in that bar, but was only there as an observer. Pitt Hall arrived at the bar with two bodyguards. The meeting was very short and they left. Nothing positive came out of this. That is all I have to declare. It is dated the time of 10:30, dated the 1st of March 2012 at East London, and was commissioned on the same day by Benjamin Nell. Mr. Malcolme, you heard me read this statement into the record.
everything's fine.
Is it a correct
correct.
reflection of what you had relayed to Captain Nell?
Yes.
Is there anything that you wish to add on to the statement that's not included
No.
in the
No,
statement?
I'm satisfied.
Okay, Mr. Malcolme, as I explained to you this morning, we've been requested to lead your evidence today, but there is certain questions that I'm going to ask you in clarity. If at any stage you wish to take a break, please inform us, and then we will stop so that you can take the necessary, if you require a break. If you require a break, please let us know.
No.
Okay?
Okay.
Okay. So we're going to start now with this, where you, in paragraph 3, where you say, after this carte blanche show, a man named Wayne Krobler came to East London to meet with Daryl Els.
Yes.
Can you explain to us how that actually happened? How did Mr. Krobler come to contact with Mr. Els? How did Mr. Els come to contact with Mr. Krobler?
Mr. Els contact Mr. Krobler. Firstly, Mr. Els came to me.
Okay.
He said we have to go to meet this guy at Cape Town. No, at East London. He's coming down to East London about this case of Highgate. And he came fetch me, and we went meeting.
And did Mr. Els give you an indication how he got the name of Mr. Krobler?
No, I didn't tell him how did he get the name of Mr. Krobler. He just told me that we're going to meet this witness of the case of Highgate. And we went.
And where in East London did you all meet Mr. Krobler?
We meet him. It's long ago. Man. We meet him. But I think we meet him in Kunubi.
Was it in a public place or was it in someone's home?
No, it was a public place. No, it was not the hide. It was a public place. And I forget that. We meet him there at the public place.
So it was an area that members of the public had access to?
No, no, not the, yes, it was member of the public, but it was at the restaurant.
Okay, so it was at a restaurant?
Yes.
Okay.
At Kunubi,
Okay.
at Wimpy. And after that, we make an appointment to, when he give us this information, and after that, we make the arrangement to go at PE. And after PE, we meet the one that I mentioned on the statement, and we went, after 2 weeks, we went to Cape Town to meet him in his house. And I can't remember the date because we meet him in the house, it was during the week. And he gave us the same information that is given us the one that I said, give us the same information that he gave us. Even when we in Cape Town, he's still giving the same information that we have, that he gave us from the first time.
Okay, so let's go back to now the first meeting at Wimpy. Like you said, this was in a public area.
Yes.
There were other patrons around you all,
Yes.
and you all were speaking freely.
Yeah,
among
no.
the three of you.
When we meet, Wimpy's got some other place that you can sit as a, not public like separate place.
Okay.
When we meet him there in the Wimpy, and after that he left.
And who suggested that you should meet at Wimpy?
Because Darren spoke to him. He said, "What is the first place? The place that we will be happy to meet." We said, "They're not around. You must be out." Now that's why we choose Kunubi, because it's out of town.
And Mr. Krobler traveled from Cape Town to East London.
Yes, he traveled from Cape Town to East London.
And do you know what was he coming specifically to East
He was
London
coming
to meet you all?
Yes, he was coming specifically to come in to tell us about this.
And Mr. Als didn't indicate to you who made the contact. Did he contact Mr. Krobler, or did Mr. Krobler make contact with him?
Yeah, no, he didn't tell me how did they contact each other. Just we're going to meet this person that is going to give us information about the Highgate of hotel. And he came to fetch me, and we went to meet him.
Okay, so at this meeting, Mr. Krobler told you that he was the driver of the vehicle.
Yes, yes,
Mr. Molokova, I think, so just to make it easier,
yes.
I think, let me ask you the question so that you don't miss anything I ask you, and then you can respond to me. Because I don't want you to miss any part of it and then misunderstand anything. So, at this meeting, Mr. Krobler told you and Mr. Als that he was the driver of the vehicle. He was at the Highgate Hotel on the night of the shooting, and he drove the people away.
Yes,
He told you.
yes.
And did he tell you who specifically, or is it the people that you refer into paragraph 4 that actually carried out the attack?
Yes,
So did he tell you that Van der Westhuizen, Piet
Yes.
Hall, Struwik, Krome, Duplessis, Kom, and Van der Merwe were the people who carried out the attack?
yes,
He specifically told you.
yes, yes,
So he told you the commander of the unit led the attack.
yes.
And what other information did he give you?
No, the information that he gave us only is only because he tell us about the commander that he gave them instruction, who was this colonel, and others that one I mentioned in my statement, and that was the end.
So he told you who gave the order.
The order, yes.
But did he specifically tell you that, yes,
Yeah, yes.
sorry, Mr. Colonel. He specifically told you that Mr. the Colonel all gave you the order, but he was also part of the attack.
Yes,
And that Major General Van der Westhuizen also participated in the attack.
yes,
Mr. Krobler told you that.
yes, yes.
And you believed what he was
Yeah,
indicating.
we believe what he said to us.
And did Mr. Hals have any questions, or did you have any questions to Mr. Krobler?
No, I don't think I did have a question to him, and Darren, I think he did to have a question about that. I didn't have a question about that.
So did Mr. Hals ask any questions?
Yes,
What did he ask?
Darren did ask them. I did ask him to say it. He wanted to know. Yes, he was there. Did he shoot himself? He said no. He was a driver.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anything else?
No.
That is the only question that Mr. Hals had.
Yes, only that question they asked. Because
Was anyone taking notes at this meeting?
yes, Darren take a note on the pocket book that I have, and I don't know where's that pocket book.
So it was your book.
It was my pocket book.
Okay. And are you aware of any file that Mr. Als kept regarding the Highgate investigation whilst he was employed at Christian Botha investigation? Did Mr. Als have a special file where he kept all these evidence, so-called evidence he was collecting, or
Yes.
statements? He did have a
Yeah, I
file.
did have a file. All those, even my pocket book was there.
And what happened to this file? Where was it kept?
I don't know because this file was kept in his house when he was still in East London, and I don't know where's that file.
Sorry, in whose house?
The Darren's house.
So it was never handed to Mr. Botha to be part of his filing system.
I'm not sure because what I know. No, I'm not sure. I'm not sure he did get Christian about that file. I'm not
And
sure.
just to get clarity, all Mr. Als asked Mr. Krobler is, were you a shooter? That was the only question.
Yeah, they asked him to shoot when you were there. You were only a driver. So now, Mr. Krobler said no, he didn't shoot.
And that was the only question.
Yeah, that was the question.
And then the meeting ended and you're part of
we
it.
ended up. Yeah,
So Mr. Als never asked him, are you prepared to submit an affidavit to what you told us in order to testify in a criminal case?
Yes, I think Darren asked him about that.
So you asked him
Yeah.
so you asked him that question as well.
Yes, he
Okay,
asked him that.
so just to get clarity, it wasn't just the one question, it was a second question.
Yeah, yes.
And what was Mr. Krobler's response to that?
I think he applied that to say, I think he said he'll think about it.
Okay,
Yes.
So he said he was considering
Yeah.
submitting an affidavit in which would amount to basically a confession.
Yes.
So he was thinking about whether he was going to do that.
Yes.
Okay, and then when were you all supposed to speak to him again to find out?
After we went to Cape Town, then after we went to PE, we went to Cape Town and we went to his house.
Okay, so after this meeting now, sometime in 2009,
Yes.
you all then proceeded to Cape Town to
No,
Mr.
we
Probably
proceeded to PE
first.
first, yes.
Okay, so you go first to PE
Yes.
and you'll go to the arbor where you want to find out where the
Yeah, we want to see this Kennel Hall.
So you all find out the contact number for Colonel Orr.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Were you present with Mr. Alves when he got that contact number?
Yes, I was present.
Okay. Were you present then when a call was made to Colonel Orr to set up this meeting at the
Yes,
bar?
I was present.
And could you overhear the conversation?
The conversation was to say we want to make my appointment to come and see him. The appointment was a yes. We'll meet him there by PE commander. That is South African Defence Force offices in the bar.
I just want to clarify, did you hear, obviously you could hear what Mr. Alves was saying,
Yes.
but could you hear the response of Colonel Orr as well?
Yes.
So you heard Colonel Orr
He agreed
agree to this meeting?
to come to the meeting, yes.
Okay. And this meeting was to take place at this bar.
Yes.
Okay. Now, how then did Mr. Hansi Meyer get involved in this?
Ansi Meyer get involved because Darren said to me, we'll get, because Ansi Meyer used to help us some other cases. He said to me, I'll get Ansi Meyer as a backup for us. Now we went to fetch him. And we went to that PE commander at PE.
Can you tell us who Hansi Meyer was? Or is? Sorry.
Ansi Meyer was a policeman, he's a police officer at PE. Was working for the gang units.
So he was working for the...
SAP gang units.
Okay.
Yes.
And at the time of this meeting, was he still a police officer?
He was still a police officer, yes.
So he was a police
He
officer?
was a full police officer, yes.
Okay. You then say in your statement that you went there just as an observer.
Yes, I was observer.
Whose decision was that?
Decision was, it was me and Terren.
Okay.
See, that's I said to him, when we come, because we didn't know how they will come with or what. And I said, let me observe to see how he's going to react. And that's why I was observer on that meeting.
Okay. And then, from what you observed, you indicated that Mr. Hall arrived there with 2 bodyguards. The meeting was very short, and
Yeah,
then
it
they
was-
just left.
Yes, it was very short.
And you say nothing positive came out of this meeting.
Yes.
Can you please explain what do you mean by that?
Because I was not on that meeting, I was observer. Terren, when he explained to me, saying that when they tried to explain, because they did have a target that is called photo albums. What Terren did when they called it, they opened that the photo album to show him what we're looking for. They want to tell him about the incident that happened. That's why the meeting was cut off. He couldn't agree to see those pictures and what happened. And they stood up and they walked.
You observed this.
I observed that, yes.
So you saw Alf showing all
Yes.
the photo album of the scene,
Yes.
and all then wake up and leave.
Yes.
And how far were you from this meeting?
I'll say from that lady, this lady, yeah, there by this pole. Yeah,
the
there,
Richards.
yes, yeah.
So I'd say about 8 to 10 meters, my lord.
Yes.
My calculation is correct. And was there anyone obstructing your view of this meeting?
No.
So you
Because, no,
And when Mr. Halson and Mr. Mayer came back, what was the discussion between the 3 of you?
No, our discussion.
Yes.
Now our discussion is to say, Terrell said it because that's why he couldn't sit on the meeting. It's the Terrell's decision, saying it because he knew what he did. That's why he doesn't want to look at these pictures.
Is that what Daryl assumed?
Says yes.
Okay.
Also that colonel didn't want to look at them.
Yeah, didn't want to look the photo albums of for the victims.
Daryl wanted to show him.
Yeah, I wanted to show him why, because he wanted to know, when he phoned, he wanted to know what meeting. They will explain to him. And after it, he shows him the photo album. He couldn't,
And he didn't want to look.
didn't want to look, and he stood up and they walked.
So he stood up and he left.
Yeah, I left. Yeah.
All right.
Mr. Malakomo, you would agree with me, but what you're telling us now about the showing of this photo album, the reaction of Colonel Hall,
Yes.
none of that is contained in your affidavit.
Yes, yes, not content, yes. Yes, I
So
know.
you never told Captain
Yeah,
Nell of that?
yeah, because, you see, I'll tell you why, because this thing we done at 209, and when Captain came, you have to rethink all of them. You have to think about what was happening at the 209 and what. Now, yes, I didn't put on the statement. Now, when you ask me, now comes everything that comes to my mind.
Okay, so before we carry, is there anything else that
No.
that you
No.
remembered? And then after this meeting, when you, I'm not going to ask where you went from there, but when you all ended up back to Mr. Botha after your trip, did you relay all this, you and Mr. Alts relay all this to Mr. Botha? Did you tell him everything that happened with this Mr. Hall, with Colonel Hall?
Yeah, okay, let me put it this way, because when you come back to Mr. Porter, Darren is the one that he was reporting to Mr. Porter.
So you weren't present when that report was-
Yes, because he's the one that he was reporting to him, what we done and what is this and this, and also he read the what do you call it, the report.
Okay, but you would agree with me that what you told us today, that this is meeting with Colonel Hall, and the way Hall reacted
Yes.
to that photograph is very, very important.
Yes, yes.
So would it surprise you that Mr. Botha has no recollection of that? He says that what he was told was that you all went there as an exploratory mission. There was no meeting set up. And when you all got there, there was all these people in the bar. And because that you were present and there were white people in this bar, you all just left. There's no, Mr. Botha was never told
Yeah, no.
there was a meeting with Colonel Hall, that he was shown photographs, how he reacted. He was never told that.
Which this I'll say yes, because I don't know what Darren did told me about this. Didn't tell him about this, because even the report that Darren is supposed to give Christine about that report. I don't know, did he tell him, or never give him that report on what was.
But that would, to you, seems very strange, because
Yeah.
this is important information. You agree, what you're
Yeah,
telling us
yeah,
today.
yes, important, yes, I agree. Okay.
And this is the first time
Yeah.
that I'm sure this is the first time the family is even hearing about this, because this is the first time we're hearing about Colonel Hall being presented with the photo album. This is the first time
Yes.
since that meeting in 2009 to where we are now that this evidence is coming to light. You agree with me that's
Yeah.
very, very strange?
Yeah, no, I agree. I agree, because that's why I agree.
So after you all had this meeting at this bar, what happened?
No, we left.
Where did you all go from there?
We go to the hotel.
No, I mean, okay, let me just. So you all went there specifically on this trip now.
Yes.
You all meets at this bar in PE.
Yeah.
That was the first leg of your
Yes.
meeting, correct?
Yes.
Or of your trip.
Yes.
Where did you all go thereafter? After
we-
you finished the meeting, when you're ready to go, did you all go back to East London?
No, we go to the hotel.
Okay, but after you,
Yeah, because we meet him late. We never meet him during the day.
Okay.
It was later, about 7 to 8.
okay,
And we went back to the hotel. The following day, we came to East London.
okay. So when did you all end up going to Cape Town to meet Mr. Krobler?
It was week after.
After the East London, after the PE meeting.
Yes, after the PE.
So you all went to Mr.
We went
Krobler's
to-
house.
Yeah, we went to Cape Town.
Okay, and then what happened at Mr. Krobler's house?
Then we went to Cape Town, and we arrived there. I think it was Saturday morning. We left here on Thursday. I think it was other case that we do. And after that, Darren phoned Mr. Grobler to say, we're coming to see you at your house. Give us the address, and we went there. On, I think it was Saturday morning, we arrived there, and we sit. And Terry still asked him about the way that he told us when we met him in the first place.
Mm-hmm.
He was still telling the same thing that he said the first time.
So he confirmed what he had earlier told you all when
Yes.
you all met in his life.
Yeah, yes.
And what else did you all discuss?
No, we didn't. After that, we sit and we have some braai, and we eat braai and we left.
So, Mr. Morocco, like you've indicated earlier, this is an opportunity to refresh your memory as well. So I just want to be clear. All you all discussed was to confirm what he previously told you all, and
Yeah.
that was it.
Yeah, that was it, yes.
And then you all had a braai, and then you all left either
we
the same
left.
day or the next
Yeah,
day.
we left, yeah.
My lord, I see it's almost 1. Maybe this is an opportune time for us to take the lunch adjourn.
Can I just ask you quickly before I forget? Mr. Mayor, you know his whereabouts?
Yeah, I stay in PE.
You stay in Port Elizabeth.
Yes, in Port Elizabeth, yes.
Very well. We'll take the lunch and adjourn. We can be at 2:15.
All right. So, I'm reminding you that you still lined up.
Thank you. No, you still busy with work?
Yes, my lord.
Very well. Over to you.
Thank you, my lord.
Thank you.
Mr. Malokomo, before we went to the lunch break, I was asking you about the meeting or the visit to Mr. Grobler's house in Cape Town. Do you
Yes.
remember that?
Yes.
But before I go there, I just want to clarify with you, when you had the first meeting with Mr. Grobler, with Mr. Alex at the Wimpy, prior to attending that meeting, you knew you were going to meet a Wayne Grobler. Is that correct?
Yes.
And when you met the person, did he introduce himself as Wayne Grobler to you? Do you remember?
Yes, I think he did that, yes.
He did say, I am Wayne Grobler.
Yes, yes.
Okay. And I know it was a long time ago that this incident with the meeting of Mr. Grobler was in 2009. But I just want to inform you that we do have a statement from a person called Wayne Aubrey Grobler. And in it, he claims that he was part of the Hammer Squad. But he denies ever speaking to you all. But he also says that he never resided in Cape Town. So what I want to establish is, would you still be able to identify the Wayne Grobler that you spoke to in 2009 at the Wimpy and at his house in Cape Town if you had to see him again? I know it's a long time ago.
It's a long time, yeah, maybe it's a long time.
But if you had to see, for example,
yeah,
pictures of
maybe
him
the memory
again.
will come, yes.
Okay, my lord, unfortunately, it just came to my attention during the break that this would be an important. I've asked Captain Peterson if we actually have a picture of Mr. Grobler. Unfortunately, the only picture we do have at this stage is his facial image from the population register, which is quite small. With the court's permission, may I show this to Mr. Malokoma to see if he can recognize?
All right.
So, Mr. Malokoma, what you show now is that you'll see there's actually 2 photographs, smaller photographs. One is pretty light, which you cannot see, but there's a more clearer one, although it's the size of an identikit, what you would find normally in your driver's license, something photograph you get. Do you recognize the person in this?
I will say, you see the top one,
Yes,
not the second one, because now here I think it was old. There, this one here,
the first one.
yeah, the first one.
So this is the same Wayne Grobler that you
Yeah,
spoke.
the same one,
Okay.
yes.
So the statement we obtained is from the same person, you and
Yes, yes.
my lord. Unfortunately, I have not made copies for my learned colleague. With the court's permission, we will make those and hand it to my colleagues, and in the morning we will then hand it up as an exhibit. But I'm not sure if the court
Very well.
just wants to
Yes, Pat.
have it.
You referring to the bottom?
No, yes, because I see that the bottom one was the first one.
What about the first one?
The first one. You see, when I looked the down one, it looked like now I was old, because that time when we meet him, he was not.
Oh, it's not old.
Yeah, I was not
Then-
older.
then-
That time, yes.
Oh. So you can't recognize his old face?
Now the old face,
You're not sure?
because the top one, yes, because it was the top one.
Okay. But this one is a bit faint. You don't see the ties and, or perhaps there's a...
My lord, I think we'll endeavour to get a better
Yes.
copy of both, and if needs we will just
Yeah.
have to recall Mr. Molokoma just to confirm when we have a better copy, if it's
Yeah.
in fact the same person he's referring to.
This is from the firearm system, 20th of January 2011, the top one.
Yes. The bottom one is from 2020, I think a 2025 photograph of
Yeah,
theirs.
Yes.
So obviously we
Facial
have
image from population registers is the bottom one.
bottom.
Okay.
We will endeavour to get a clearer picture,
Alright.
my lord, and then we can use that.
Yes.
But from what you can recognize, that picture from 2011, that's the Wayne Crobler you spoke to.
Yes, yes.
Okay, we just needed to confirm that. So again, now at your meeting, when you met him in Cape Town at his home, the only thing he then told you all, he reconfirmed what he had earlier told you all at the Wimpy,
Yes.
and that was the only conversation.
Yes, yes.
Did Mr. Hals ever speak to him about him potentially being a witness and supplying an affidavit to the SAPS with regards to a possible possible future criminal prosecution, as you had initially discussed it in East London?
Yeah, because I remember when he spoke to him, he didn't say yes, because he was saying, I'll think about it.
And in East London, he said that.
Even in Cape Town.
So he still said, "I'm going to
Yeah,
think about it."
he was still saying that.
He had not made a decision.
Yeah, he didn't make a decision.
And did he give an indication when or how Mr. Hals would then have to speak to him again once he'd made this decision?
No.
He didn't tell Mr. Hals in your
No,
presence?
No.
And are you aware of any follow-up made by Mr. Hals to Mr. Crobler after that meeting in Cape Town, where specifically he was asked, have you made a decision on whether you're going to testify or submit an affidavit?
No.
You're not aware
No.
of anything of that nature. So, Mr. Milcom, when you got back now from this visit, what was the decision made regarding how you're going to handle this information that you and Mr. Hals had uncovered?
Because Mr. Elsa was the investigating officer. He's the one that he was going to handle everything. And he never told me how he's going to handle it, what, because he was the one that was leading investigation. He never told me how he's going to handle it and all that.
He never told you that it'd be required that he would have to submit a statement regarding what had occurred, and that you would have to also submit a statement to corroborate what he had indicated. He never had that discussion with you.
What Mr. Elsa
That he might require you to submit a statement to corroborate what had happened in these two meetings in East London and in Cape Town, because you were present and in fact also at the bar, to corroborate what he...
Yes, he did say that he's going to get a statement from me.
And did he do that?
No, because what he did, he write the notes.
Okay.
On that notes is the one that is supposed to come to me to write a statement on my statement.
So he never asked you thereafter
No.
to make any statement, to accompany him to the police to make a statement?
No.
He never ever had that discussion with you? The only time then you were required to make a statement was in 2012 when
2012 when
Captain Nell came.
Captain Nell came to me.
And did it surprise you that there was no other statements for the 3 years since that incident about what had happened? That there was no statement from else regarding what had happened?
Yeah, but I wouldn't say he was surprised, because I knew what me and Terry were doing.
Yes.
I was told he will come back to me and take a statement from me.
No, I'm not asking you if you were surprised or what happened. What I'm saying is, was it a surprise to you that no statement had been done in those 3 years since you all had that meeting?
Yes.
Did that not surprise to you that all of a sudden here's this Captain Nell asking you for a statement, but nothing was taken in that 3 years?
Yeah, it was surprised to me, yes.
that was a surprise to you.
Yeah, yes.
Now, when you had these meetings with Krobla, were you ever taken to a compound and shown a training facility that mirrored the Highgate Hotel, where where the Hammer Squad allegedly practiced the attack on the Highgate? Did you ever see such a structure?
From this case or other cases?
From this specific, for this Highgate one, were you ever taken by Mr. Krobla or any member of the Hammer Squad and shown a structure and said which resembled the Highgate Hotel, and was told that they were practicing?
That was the first time that I saw something like this happen.
Sorry,
That was the first time I saw that structure that they do that.
what was the first time?
Now say, what did you put? You want to say the?
Okay, let me ask you: did you ever see a structure?
No,
Were you taken by any Hammer, either Mr. Krobla or any other member of the Hammer Squad, to any structures and shown anything when you were in the company of Mr. Hals?
when we were.
Were you taken
Uh-huh.
by anyone and shown a structure that resembled the Highgate Hotel as a practice site? Do you remember seeing anything of that?
No.
And do you know if Mr. Als was taken and shown such a structure?
Yes, Mr. LG's.
You know that he went and saw such a structure?
Yes, I know.
How do you know that?
Because he's been doing this type of investigation of this type of investigation of this. How can I put it? Because was only the one case that one for this Highgate. It was a lot of cases that.
Okay, no, I think you misunderstand me, Mr. Mulopuma. I think we just need to clarify this. Let me just put it this way. Mr. Belling testified that Mr. Als told him that he was shown a structure, something in a camp,
Yeah.
and this structure resembled the Highgate Hotel, and he was told that they used the structure to practice the attack. So Mr. Als told Mr. Belling that he saw such a structure. So what I'm asking is did you see such a structure?
Myself, I never saw that structure.
Okay. And do you know if Mr. Als went and saw such a structure? Are you aware of?
Yes, I'm aware about that.
How did you become aware?
Because he told me what the structure they use.
Who Mr. Als told you?
Yes.
And did Mr. Als tell you when he went and saw the structure?
And no, I didn't tell me when.
Was it?
I can't remember that. Maybe he told me when. No, I don't want to. I don't know.
Was it? Do you know if it was before or after your meeting with Mr. Krobla?
It was after we meet the commander.
After you all met Hall
Yes,
at the bar?
yes.
Was it in the same trip that you were going on?
No, it's
During
not the same trip.
No.
It was not the same trip.
So Als told you that he had seen a structure
Ye-
that resembled the Highgate Hotel.
Yes.
Did he tell you who took him and showed him the structure?
No, he never told me.
He never told you
He
that.
never told me.
And do you remember meeting with do you know Mr. Bailey,
Mr. Who?
one of the victims of Mr.
Yes,
Neville Bailey?
yes.
Did you remember meeting him where the structure was discussed?
No, I just meet him when they show him the Mr. When they show him, they said, this guy this man when it's like this is the problem that I'll say that way. Say because when I meet him, they were telling me about the Highgate. Why is like this now? It's caused by Highgate.
When was that?
It was a long time. I think it was 2009.
But you never had a discussion with Mr. Bailey. Sorry, Mr. Mulokoma again. Let me finish asking you what I want to ask you, and then you can tell me yes or no, so we don't get confused about what I'm asking you. So you never had a discussion with Mr. Bailey where you confirmed the structure?
No.
You never had
No.
such a meeting? And you yourself never saw? Did Mr. Hals tell you what he was going to do with that information, that he had seen this structure? Did he
No.
tell you what he was going to do with that
No.
information?
No.
And up to then, we haven't canvassed this, but you indicated in your affidavit that you were working as an investigator for Mr. Botha.
Yes.
Prior to that, what were you? What was your employment?
I was undercover agent of Maryland Robert.
For the police.
Yes.
Okay, but you weren't involved in any investigations prior to joining Mr. Botha's company.
It was involved in investigation.
You were assisting the police with the
Yes,
investigation.
yes.
So for how long had you been doing it?
From 1988 up to 2004.
So you
No,
so
1988 up to 2004.
so when this incident happened around 2009, you had been involved in the capacity of investigation for about
In
20
the
years.
Yes, yes.
So you knew what if you find information, how to investigate, how to gather evidence.
Yes,
You
yes.
were familiar with it.
Yes.
Would you agree with me that that information, that evidence that else had seen the structure is very, very important?
Yes, I agree.
And that should be in an affidavit saying, I saw this structure, who showed it to me,
Yes.
what I was told.
Yes.
And are you aware if Mr. Hals ever made such a statement?
Yes, I'm aware, yes.
Did he make a statement?
No, no, I'm not sure. I think he makes statement, but we don't know where that statement. I think he makes statement.
Did he tell you that?
No, he didn't tell me.
So you're just assuming him?
Yes.
So he didn't indicate to you
Yes, didn't
that he made a statement?
Yeah.
And in your experience as an investigator, like Mr. Botha confirmed to us, would you expected Mr. House, when he saw the structure, to actually document it, take photographs, so that that could be presented as evidence?
Yes.
That would be the normal,
Yeah,
expected
normal,
thing.
yeah, yes, the
as an,
normal,
and
as an investigator.
and you agree at that stage, Mr. House was also, he had been a police officer,
Officer for so
he was a
long,
police
yes.
officer of the Scorpions,
Yes.
so he should have been aware.
Yes.
And are you aware we've come across no such photographs?
Yes, yes.
Mr. Botha has not ever had sight of such photographs. In fact, Mr. Botha said he wasn't even aware of Mr. Alts seeing any structure.
Yes, yes.
So does that surprise you that Mr. Alts didn't even discuss that with Botha?
Yeah, that's a surprise me.
That's a surprise to you as well. You also said that when you all met with, or when Alts and Mayor met with Mr. Colonel All, they showed him, you used the word docket. Is that what they showed him? They showed him a docket.
No, the photo album.
Was it just the photo album?
Yeah, the photo album for the scene.
And was it a copy or was it original photographs? Do you remember?
No, I think it was a copy. It was not the original copy. It was a copies.
And did Mr. House tell you where he got this?
No.
You were not sure where he got it. Mr. Morokomo, I just got one last part there, which I didn't clear with Mr. Botha as well. So, is that I just want to make you aware why we're asking you these questions in the manner that we are. Our responsibility as the NPA is to assist this court to try and establish who was responsible for this attack. We want to identify the people. It's important for us to test the evidence, not only of yourself, but all witnesses that are called, including when Mr. Hrobler will be called to testify.
Okay.
And the aim of that is to try and establish who, if someone was responsible, and how we can obtain credible evidence in order to prosecute them, if that is possible. And we are not here to protect anyone who is responsible, be it the SAPS, be it the SANDF, or any other members of any other organizations. So I just want you to be aware of that. My Lord, I have no further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Governor. Mr. Bani.
As the court pleases. Mr. Bolakoma mentioned this morning, together with my colleagues, I'm representing the families. And just like Advocate Govender, we share a similar objective in this inquest, which is to get to the bottom of what happened. And unfortunately, because of your role as an investigator working with Daryl Else, you're one of the last surviving individuals that can point us towards the truth. So we do regard your evidence as particularly important. I want to put to you a few paragraphs from the statement of Neville Else. You've met Neville Else? Sorry, Neville Baling. Sorry, my lord, I think this has been a long inquest. Neville Baling.
We're back in the same inquest.
Yes. My lord, this is Exhibit C, bundle page 10. From paragraphs, I could start on the previous page. So this was around 2007 or perhaps later. Daryl Else advised Neville and the families that he needed funding for accommodation and travel expenses, approximately 5,000 rand. The families raised that money for him. And then I'll quote from his paragraph 37. Daryl was working with Christian Botha, also as a private investigator at the time. Daryl informed me that he was travelling to Cape Town with a man named Frans, which we assume is you. In paragraph 38, according to Daryl, he stopped off at Port Elizabeth to meet someone. I do not have any further information on this person, who also had information which would be helpful. He stated that when he stopped off at Port Elizabeth, this man took him to an open field and told him this was where the instruction for the Highgate Massacre was given to a group of men. Can I ask you, did you and Daryl Else travel together in the same vehicle to Port Elizabeth?
Yes, when we went to the SA Defence Force, I was with him.
Okay. And you only had one vehicle?
Yes.
And do you recall travelling with Daryl Else to an open field where an unnamed person indicated that this was where the instruction for the Highgate operation was given to a group of men?
No, I can't remember that. I don't remember that.
You don't remember that? And Daryl never mentioned that to you?
No.
Okay. And then paragraph 39, and I'll read it in full. Daryl said that he also met an old retired high-ranking army member, in brackets I do not have his name, and was taken to a training camp close to the Addo Elephant Park on the border of Port Elizabeth. Daryl said there was a structure built that was meant to imitate the Highgate Hotel where these men were trained. And you've just mentioned in your evidence to Chief that you were not part of that particular excursion. Can I ask, when you and Daryl were in Port Elizabeth together, were there times when Daryl would go off on his own, or were you always together?
No, sometimes Daryl would go always alone, because that's why I remember the one when we went to PE Commander, and there we went to fetch this policeman, Hansi, and we went to the Defence Force base, the way it was a bar. It's the one that I know.
Right. Were you staying at the same hotel?
Yes, we stay in the same hotel.
Do you remember which hotel it was?
I think it was Formula One, if I'm not mistaken. Formula One.
Formula One.
Yes.
Okay. I assume you had separate rooms there.
Yes, a separate
Separate
rooms.
rooms.
Yes.
Do you recall how many times Daryl went out on his own without you?
No, I can't recall that. I don't know. I don't know.
But you do recall him going off without taking you?
Because there's some year that I was not with him. I think it was that year, it was maybe a couple, because sometimes I went home and I came back. And
No, I'm talking about your mission to Port Elizabeth.
no, that day when we went there, and after that we came back to the hotel, he came back to his land.
So you were only in his, on that mission, you were only in Port Elizabeth for one evening?
Yes.
And during that mission, I'm only talking about that mission to Port Elizabeth, was there any time when Daryl went off on his own?
No, I don't know. I can't remember that.
So you're saying that actually he didn't go off on any missions on his own, he was with you all the time?
Yes.
And then if we carry on with the statement of Neville Bayling, in paragraph 40, the night Daryl arrived in Cape Town, he called me at around 2100 hours and told me that he had met with some of the men responsible for the attacks. I mentioned one of their names, which I cannot recall. He stated that he could not give me any more details until he gave a full report to the NPA. He stated that as soon as he gets back home, he will write out a full report and provide this to the NPA. We assume that that was the time that that you had met with Wayne Grobler.
Yes.
And does this sound correct? Is that what you and Daryl discussed, that
Yes.
you wouldn't report to the families, you would first prepare a report that had to go to the NPA?
Because normally when we do this, we do a report. Is doing a report, and after it, also Christian Porter, we have to sit down and do that report and give it to you.
Were you present when Daryl spoke to Neville on the phone?
No, never did that.
And then the last paragraph I'll read to you is Neville Belling says, "We never heard from Daryl again after this. The NPA informed us that Daryl's laptop was stolen and all the information was lost." Does that come as a surprise to you?
I wouldn't say yes, I'll say yes, because we don't have that information even ourselves in that daily report.
But what I want to put to you is, you go on this important mission to Cape Town. You meet, on the face of it, a very important source who gives information which allegedly is directly related to this incident. Names are mentioned. Daryl informs Neville that he has this important information, but he has to report to the NPA first. But then never talks to the families again.
Yeah, I'll say that, because that I wouldn't answer. If he was here, I was going to answer that. Why he never done that?
No, and it's very sad that we can't call Daryl Ells to explain himself.
Yeah, yes, there's a problem. Yes.
But unfortunately, you're in the next best thing, because you were with Daryl in Cape Town, and you also spoke to the to Grobler.
Yes.
And given the nature of the information you picked up from Grobler, were you not duty-bound or incumbent to report to the families and tell them what you had discovered?
Yes, because I would say that, because when I was with Terrell, when we got, because this is the one that is leading investigation, that you have to write a report. Because even what I was saying here, I said even the notes that we take it from when we spoke to this person, that pocketbook was with him. my pocketbook.
Yes.
I don't have it now. Because he's supposed to, yes, because we're supposed to do that, to write a statement. And also because, like now, myself, if I did have that note, maybe it'll be better for me to understand the way we end up.
But are you not just dumbfounded and shocked to hear that Daryl Else, who had been in regular contact with the families over several years, never spoke to them again after that mission where he apparently had solved the case? Are you not shocked to hear
No,
that
I'm shocked
he never spoke to them again?
Yeah, yes, because I didn't know that he didn't speak to them. I didn't know.
Because the suspicion arises that actually the information you were getting was not that explosive or important, because if it was, he would have brought it to the attention of the families.
Yeah, you're right.
And as my learned friend has put it to you, as a former investigating officer, he would have taken it further by making out an affidavit and supplying any corroborative evidence he could to the police.
You're right.
And as far as you know, that never happened.
Yes.
I just want to take you through your statement and just ask you a few questions. In paragraph 4, you list some names, and just to remind you, these were names that Grobler gave you when you met him after the carte blanche had carried out some shooting of a film down in East London. And you mentioned the names, Major General C.P. van der Westhuizen, also known as Joffel van der Westhuizen, Colonel Piet Hall, Andries Strubig, Karel Kommer, Captain de Preer, Sergeant Major Hom, and Gideon van der Merwe. And in response to a question from Advocate Govender, he asked, did Grobler say that all these people were involved in the Highgate attack?
Yes. Yes.
And I think your answer was yes, Grobler
Yes.
said they were all involved.
Yes.
And he also asked, well, were some giving instructions? And I think you said that Colonel Hall, according to Grobler, gave the instructions.
Yes, it's the one that was yes.
But all of them, Colonel Hall and as well as Major General van der Westhuizen, were
yes.
involved in the attack itself.
Yes.
Now, normally speaking, senior officers who give instructions don't normally get involved in the dirty work on the ground.
No one, yes.
Would
no
you
one-
agree with me?
Yes, I agree with him.
Right. Especially somebody who's at the rank of Major General. We'd all be surprised if a Major General was carrying out an attack on the ground. So were you not surprised to hear from Mr. Grobler that he was suggesting that a colonel and a Major General were involved in the shooting at Highgate?
You see, I was surprised, but the problem that was these leaders, this one I would say, they're not like SAP. That's the defense force, and I don't know how they operate. I was surprised just because I see all of the officers that are on this operation.
Yeah, and I must also put it to you that Major General van der Westhuizen, there is evidence that he did start the Hammer unit in the 1980s.
Yes, 83.
And in the 1980s, he was also officer commanding of Eastern Province Command for the South African Defence Force. We've also indicated to this court that he retired from the Defence Force in 1994. So, and he had been transferred to Johannesburg, I believe, in 1987. Subsequent to that, he then held positions up in Pretoria. So, he was no longer involved in the Eastern Cape post 1987. Are you surprised to hear that?
Yes, I'm surprised to hear that.
And then Captain Nell did take statements from various others who are listed there. I'll just take out one example. Peter Hall, my Lord, this Peter Hall statement is in Exhibit D at page 24 of the bundle. And in his statement he says he was in Eastern Province Command in Port Elizabeth. He was a senior staff officer there. But in 1990 he was transferred to Army Headquarters in Pretoria. And actually towards the end of 1990, in paragraph 3, he went on early pension. Is this the first time you're hearing that?
Yes, it's the first time I hear it.
And he says he doesn't know who Daryl Els, Hansi Meyer, or yourself are, and that he never met any of you. In the light of that statement, do you think that the person you met at the Eastern Province Command bar, do you still think that was...
Was he?
You think it was him? Okay. So possibly he had returned to PE and met you and Daryl on that evening in the EP Command bar?
Possibly, yes.
Okay. Lord, I just wish to bring to the attention of the court that our clients, in particular Neville Berling, he says, listening to the testimony, he now recalls Daryl L. speaking to him on the phone and indicating that they had shown a photo album to Pete Hall. That's not in their statements. Neville Berling just indicates that he remembered when he heard that evidence. And if the court so wishes, we can place him back on the stand if necessary to confirm that.
Yes. I consider that.
So in the second last paragraph of your statement, you make reference to that meeting with Colonel Pete Hall, and that Hansi Meyer, a member of the SAPS, accompanied you and Daryl to the EP Command bar. Do you know why Hansi Meyer came along?
No, ultimately I was asked by Darren
Okay.
to come and accompany us to the PE commander.
And did Daryl indicate to you why he was bringing Hansi Meyer along?
Yeah, he did told me because Ansi Mayor was one of the SCP member. So we can't go alone there. And he's been working with Ansi Mayor long ago at the force.
We talked a bit about the fact that after your Cape Town trip and after the apparently very important conversation with Wayne Grobler, Els broke off contact with the families. Do you think that Mr. Els might have been threatened or intimidated and told not to speak to the families anymore?
No, I don't think so. I don't think so. I don't know why, but I don't think so. Because Darren is one person that if we do something, we do it. I don't think so. Somebody intimidating.
And after that mission to Cape Town, did you continue working with Daryl after that?
Now, after that, because Darren left, he went to Joburg, if I'm not mistaken.
Was that quite shortly after the?
No, not shortly, but he left.
Was
I
it
don't
some
know.
months or years or?
I can't remember when, because he left, he went to Joburg. I can't remember the year, but he left. But not after this. After a couple, I'll say maybe.
But before he left, you and
Because
Daryl were still working with Christian Botha at
yes,
his.
before he left, because 2012, I think 2012 he was not in East London, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, I think he was not in East London 2012.
And so, in that period before he left, on any occasion, did you ever speak about the Highgate Massacre investigation and any potential follow-up?
No, we speak other cases. We did speak about other cases.
And given the explosive nature of the information you heard from Grobler, did you never ask Daryl, what's the follow-up? What more can be done?
No.
No further questions, Manuel.
Thank you. Can I just try to clarify just one aspect of your statement, Mr. Monokoli? There are those names recorded in paragraph 4 that have been mentioned to you. Can you recall what exactly Grobler said about those people? Did he say that they went there to shoot, or did he say
Yes.
they were involved?
Yeah, she was because he said he was a driver, and they went there. The instruction that he was giving was go there and shoot. That was the instruction that they was getting from the command.
From the command?
When they're coming from here at Highgate.
Yes, but these names that are there, in paragraph 4 of your statement, you'll be referred to that. That paragraph says that Grobler then gave us the names of the members attached to the Hamilton. Which is not quite clear to me. Did he tell you that all of these individuals played a specific role on the night of the attack on the Highgate Hotel, or what? Did he just say, look here, these are the members of this,
There's the members
this unit?
yeah, this member that they were involved in the attack.
They were involved in the attack.
Yes.
But Did he explain it any further than that?
No.
This is involved in
In
it.
this attack, yes, this Highgate attack.
He didn't say, for example,
This one they shoot, no.
Andries Stoeltje at the AK-47
No,
shot there in the ladies' bar.
No.
They said they were involved.
Yes.
All right. All right. Thank you, Mr.
Sorry, just one clarity from my learned colleagues question that I just want to
Yes,
cause permission. Mr. Malakome, when Mr. Vani was questioning you regarding the report, I wasn't clear. You indicated that when you did investigations, you would sit down and write a report with Mr. Botha. Is that correct? Was the normal procedure?
No, the normal procedure, yes. When we came back from work and we sit down, because when you go to investigate, maybe you take statement or you write the notes. When we come back, we sit down with President Border and keep what we done.
So
And-
did
and
you all
we
do
write-
that in this case? After you went to Port Elizabeth, to Cape Town, did you all sit down when you were writing this report with Mr. Botha and write this report?
No, you see, that one, I don't think was like, because I think Terrence got that report, but we don't know where is that report.
No. I'm not saying who's got the report. What I want to know from you is when the report was written, when it was written down,
Yes.
when it was discussed what happened,
Yes.
who was present when that report was being compiled, when it was being written? Did Mr. Hals write it on his own and didn't include you or Mr. Botha, or were all of you all part of it?
Yeah, no, some time what is write his own report. Doesn't include me.
So he never discussed it with you about to confirm this is what's in this report. Do you
Yeah,
agree?
no.
So do you even know that whether he wrote a report? Did you ever see a report?
No, I never see report.
So the only knowledge that you have of a report actually being done is from what Mr. Els told you.
Yes.
But you yourself never saw any report.
No.
And from what Mr. Botha has told us as well too, no report was ever found.
Yes.
Thank you about that.
Thank you, Mr. Bowman. Anything else, Mr. Bowman?
Nothing further, Your Worship, Your Lordship.
Thank you. Mr. Mulukumi, thank you very much. It does conclude the evidence. Thank you for your assistance. You may be excused.
Yep.
Thank you. Mr. Governor, where are we now?
My Lord, there is Mr. Halston that's required to testify. Unfortunately, I've not had an opportunity to meet him as yet. Just ask for a 5-minute adjournment for that, my Lord.
All right. We'll take a brief adjournment.
Thank you, my Lord. Thank you for the indulgence. My Lord, the next witness. Yes, my Lord. The next witness we call is Alan Douglas Alston.
Sir, state your full names for the court, please.
Alan Douglas Elsden.
Thank you. Do you have any objection in taking that?
I do not.
Do you consider that was binding on your
I
conscience?
do.
You swear that the evidence you will give in front of the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please raise your right hand and say so help me God.
So help me God.
Could you, sir, copy of your surname?
Elsden, E-L-S,
E-L-S.
yes, D-O-N.
D-O-N. If you wish to be seated, you may.
Oh, thank you.
Governor,
Thank you, my Lord.
your witness.
My Lord, before we proceed, I did explain to Mr. Halsden that he has drafted his own affidavit, which was submitted to my learned colleagues. But I did explain to him that it was requested that we would lead him and then question him, after which my learned colleagues would question him. He did indicate he has no issue with that. I also clarified the issue of if he has any problems with the media being present and broadcasting his testimony or his face, and he indicated as well that he has no problem with that. I'll ask the court to please confirm the same with the witness.
Very well. You confirm that, Mr. Alston?
That is correct.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Governor.
Thank you, my lord. My lord, Mr. Alton has requested that I read his statement into the record.
Very well.
I'm going to, I think before I read it, my lord, so that we have a copy, we will ask for that original to be handed up as Exhibit U.
You, very well.
Mr. Alton is in possession of a copy of the affidavit as well.
Excellent.
It starts, I understand Alan Douglas Halston to hereby make oath and state that I am an adult male residing in Strand, Western Cape, South Africa. The facts stated herein are within my own personal knowledge unless the context indicates otherwise and are to the best of my knowledge true and correct. I joined the South African Police in East London in 1973. During my 20-year career in the force, I served as a detective, member of the drug squad, and as an investigator in the security branch from 1977. I also performed duties on the borders of Rhodesia and Southwest Africa. I also trained and operated as a cryptographer. In that role, I gained access to highly classified information and became involved in operations within the SAPS, the South African Defence Force, SADF, and the Bureau of State Security, known as BOSS. My experiences then, including my ongoing involvement even after I resigned from the SAPS, led me to start writing a book entitled The Tall Assassin. An Amazon excerpt and overview of my book is available at the following link, and a link to that book is provided. In April 1993, while living in Gauteng and working on my book, which exposed a number of unsolved political murders in South Africa, I gave in the target of a midnight warning shot, which was fired in my direction at my home in Alberton. With the 1994 elections only a year away, there was a fair amount of uncertainty in the terms of the country's political future. After a few weeks later, I learned about the shooting that took place on Saturday, 1 May 1993 in East London. This was an event that would become known as the Highgate Hotel Massacre. The Tanzanian People's Liberation Army, APLA, was initially blamed for the attack, despite their firm denial of involvement. Tragically, the incident claimed the lives of 5 individuals and left 7 others with serious injuries. In the aftermath, an inquest should have been launched and a thorough investigation conducted. Unfortunately, from what I've seen and heard, this never happened, and the inquest only ever launched in 2025. About 20 years later, in 2014, as a private investigator, I befriended former SAPS Captain Darrell Als. He was the first police investigator in the 1993 Highgate Hotel Massacre in East London. In 2005, Als, working as a private investigator, had become involved with the unsolved murder of Inga Lotz in Stellenbosch. He was also involved in investigating the murders of Jessica Wheeler and Victoria Stadler in Neisner. At the time of our meeting, I had spent a few months investigating the same 3 murders. Als and I shared information relating to the 3 cases, after which he told me about his frustration in not being allowed to properly investigate the 1993 Highgate Hotel case. He explained that with APLA having denied any involvement in the matter, he sought other alternative possibilities. His investigation later suggested that a 3rd force might have been involved in the Highgate Hotel massacre. He told me that he was later able to identify a group who might have been responsible for the shooting, a secretive SADF group known as the Hammer Unit. Als revealed that he had discovered the Hammer Unit operated under the SADF Eastern Cape Command in Port Elizabeth. He shared this information with his senior SAPS officers, but they showed no interest in pursuing this lead. In fact, both then and the weeks that followed, these officers exhibited open hostility toward him and his theory. Als claimed that his attempts to gain permission or assistance for visiting the SADF in Port Elizabeth were met with indifference. He told me that his plan was to interview the commanding officer and the members of the Hammer Unit to uncover the objectives and the nature of their operations. Als resigned from the SAPS disheartened by his inability to fully investigate the Highgate Hotel massacre. He later told me that it became evident the SAPS made little or no effort to investigate or resolve the shooting until his death in 2017. Als remained convinced that a massive cover-up by the SAPS had occurred in relation to this truth behind the Highgate Hotel massacre. My Lord, just to confirm, there was a correction made there that was initiated by Mr. Halston. On 21 February 2023, Captain Vaughan Peterson, a member of the South African of the SAPS Hawks in East London, Peterson, contacted me to discuss the Highgate massacre. Peterson informed me that he had been instructed by the NPA to investigate the case. We met on 23rd February 2023 at the SAP office in Stellenbosch, where I shared my discussion with House regarding the Highgate Hotel massacre with Peterson. Peterson said that he had obtained a list of names of the Hammer Unit members. I gave Peterson the name of a former member of the Hammer Unit who lived in East London but had since passed away, believing his name should appear on the list. I also provided Peterson with 2 additional names of individuals reportedly associated with the Hammer Unit in 1993. I suggested that Peterson visit and interview the individuals from the Hammer Unit to explore their possible involvement or knowledge of the Highgate Hotel massacre. Peterson assured me that he would follow up these new leads. When I became aware that the inquest into the Highgate Hotel case was set to begin in late January 2025, I sent Peterson a WhatsApp message asking if he would be attending. He confirmed that he would. After making further inquiries, I discovered that he neither visited nor interviewed individuals whose names I provided back in February 2023, nearly two years earlier. Recently, I met with one of the individuals whose name had been provided to Peterson. He confirmed his past membership in the Hammer Unit, stating that once a Hammer, always a Hammer. He shared information that is already publicly known about the unit and its members. When I asked him if he had any insight into who might have been involved in the Highgate Hotel massacre, he denied any knowledge. When I asked him further questions about whether members of the Hammer Unit could have been involved, he asserted that it wasn't the type of operation they would have carried out. SAPS-NPA alliance. Over the course of my decades-long investigating into high-profile cases, it became increasingly evident, particularly in the Western Cape, that an unhealthy alliance existed between the senior members of the SAPS and the NPA. This alliance has contributed to a troubling pattern where numerous serious crimes fail to result in proper and just outcomes. Notable examples of this include the murder of Inga Lotz, the Knysna murders of Jessica Wheeler and Victoria Stadler, and the murder of Annie Devani in Cape Town. In my view and experience, it is clear that when the NPA chooses not to prosecute certain offenders, they often succeed in their goal, thereby denying victims the justice they rightly deserve. In this inquest into Highgate Hotel massacre, in this shocking case, the victims and their families might have uncovered the truth and found closure if the SAPS and NPA had acted decisively from the very beginning. Unfortunately, from what I've seen, the opposite occurred. These institutions should be held accountable and required to explain why proper standing operation procedures were not followed. The fact that crucial statements and exhibits have disappeared only heightens the suspicions that a cover-up has persisted both then and now. This has undoubtedly deprived the victims and their families of ever knowing whether the Hammer Unit was involved, something that could have been determined soon after the Highgate massacre. The need for ethical behavior and transparency within these two state bodies is long overdue. It would be a monumental step forward if this inquest could pave the way for greater accountability within the SAPS and NPA, and ultimately for the true justice in South Africa. It's signed by Mr. Alan Douglas Halston and commissioned on this, the 6th day of February 2025. Mr. Halston, do you confirm that is the affidavit that you drafted and submitted to my learned colleagues?
That is correct, yes.
And is there anything else in this that's not contained in this affidavit that you share?
That I need to share?
Yes, that you want to add that's not contained in this
nothing.
affidavit. Sorry?
Nothing at this stage, no.
Nothing else. Mr. Halston, if I could ask you, I noticed that in the affidavit you've not indicated a cell phone number. Do you own a cell phone?
Do I own a cell phone?
Yes.
Yes.
Can you please tell us what your cell phone number is?
It's 072
Yes.
588
Yes.
1090.
Okay, thank you very much. And you also indicate that you, for clarity, you befriended then Captain Darrell Ellis in 2014.
Yes. I might have known him before then, but I can't remember working with him.
So he was. You also indicate in your affidavit in 2005 he was working on the Inga Lotz matter.
That's
which
correct.
you might have had some involvement as well.
No.
Not at that.
No, I didn't have any involvement at that stage. Only
Okay.
after 2014 did I become aware of the Inga Lotz murder.
Okay, so just to clarify, the first time you actually befriended him Mr. Alts was in 2014.
Yes, to my best knowledge, yes.
Okay. And at what point then did Mr. Alts tell you about the Highgate matter?
It's when I met with him in Cape Town, at a place where he was staying. I went to go and see him to discuss the information I picked up in the Knysna murders. And while we were discussing that, he told me about the Ingelot's murder that he had investigated. And we shared information about that murder as well. And that's when he then told me that he'd also been involved in the Highgate Massacre investigation.
Do you remember what year that was?
That was, I think, in 2015.
2015.
2014 or 15, yeah.
And is it during that meeting that he told you he was prevented by the South African Police Service
Yes.
to investigate
Yes,
high-ranking members
that's
of
right.
the Hammer Squad?
Yes,
And that they were like you described here, there was open hostility towards it.
that's right.
Was that what he told you?
That's right.
You have no first-hand knowledge of that. This is all that what Mr. Alsa told you.
That's what he told me.
Yeah. So you never, I mean, you didn't, obviously, in 2007 or whenever it was this occurred, you had no knowledge of that.
No,
It was based on everything that
that he told
he
me.
told you. And you accepted, obviously, that what he was telling you was in
I
fact
did, yes.
correct. You see, Mr. Alts was as he told you, was the investigating officer in this matter. He took over from the investigations from Captain Schwartz from what one can look at sorry, before I go there, you did say you were a detective at some stage.
Yes,
And you are aware, I'm sure, of what an investigation diary is,
yes, of course.
and that it's used for communications between the investigating officer, the commander, and sometimes also the prosecutor.
That's right.
And normally instructions are given in that investigation diary by the commander to the investigator, and the investigator would also note all the investigations he's carried out, whatever exhibits he's collected, statements are noted in that.
Yes.
Is that a correct
Yes.
assertion? So you would agree with me that if Captain Alts at that stage had information about the Hammer Squad, that should be contained in these investigation diaries.
Yes, I would expect that, yes.
So if one has to accept what he told you, that he wanted to go to either Port Elizabeth or wherever it is to do this investigation, it should be contained.
It should be, yes.
So from the investigation diary, he's first, and my learned colleagues will correct me if I'm not correct with this, but his first entry is on page 43 of the investigation diary, and it continues to about 153.
Okay,
And in none of that, there's any mention of the Hammer Squad, of him requesting to go and do any investigation.
okay.
Does that surprise you?
It surprises me, yes, but I'm not sure at what stage of his investigation he actually learned about the Hammer Squad, and whether it was immediately when he started the investigation, or maybe thereafter.
But at some point,
At some point, I'm sure
he was, from what he told you, he
Yes.
was still a police officer
That's right.
when he got this information.
it should be recorded.
So it should be recorded.
Yes.
And he was requesting his commanders for permission to go and
Yes, it should be. It should be there.
should be there. Would it also surprise you that in fact the first time he became aware of this is when he was in the employment of Mr. Botha as a private investigator, not when he was a police officer?
Okay, I didn't know that.
So whilst he was, from what the evidence we've heard here, he never knew about the Hammer Squad while he was a police officer. He only became aware of it once he joined Mr. Botha's organization.
Okay, well, he told me that he was aware of it when he was a police officer.
So you would agree with me that what he has told you is in fact not what we've heard.
It's not the same.
It's not the same thing. So this open hostility that he describes, the first time we're hearing about this is in fact when you are telling us that's what he told you.
That's what he told me, yeah.
But there is no evidence to that indication anyway.
Not in the docket, I understand that now.
But also, one has to accept what Mr. Botha is telling us and what the family has also told us.
Yes.
The first time mention of this Hammer Squad was in 2009.
Okay,
He was no longer in the police department at that
all
time.
right.
So what he told you could not have been correct.
It doesn't sound like it.
Correct. So Him describing open hostility could not have been correct either, because he would have never requested that from his supervisors because he wasn't even aware about it at that stage.
If he wasn't aware, then he couldn't have known.
Correct. The other, like you've indicated as well too, is that regards to the inquest itself, you were surprised, or as a former detective, you would have been surprised why an inquest was taking place in 2025 and not earlier.
Yes.
That surprised you.
Yes.
Did Mr. Alts ever indicate to you what efforts he had made to ensure that an inquest took place whilst he was still investigating?
No, we didn't discuss anything about the inquest.
But would you believe that as a seasoned investigating officer, during when there was no suspects, he would have pushed for an inquest to be held?
He should have, yes.
Would it surprise you to learn that for more than 2 years, Mr. House was instructed by his commanding officer to prepare this docket for an inquest, and he never did?
I don't care. I'm not sure what you're saying.
For 2 years,
For 2 years, yes.
in the investigation diary, there's entries by Captain Swartz instructing Captain Alts, sorry, I don't know if he was a warrant officer then,
Okay.
instructing warrant officer Alts to prepare the docket for an inquest. In other words, get the statements in order, submit it to the prosecutor so that it can go before a magistrate for an inquest. And for more than 2 years, Alts never did it.
But you did say now that he was preparing for an inquest.
He was instructed to prepare it for an inquest.
And you did say that he was working on towards that.
For 2.5 years, what he
Yes.
was saying to his commander was, I'm waiting for the statements to be typed for 2 years.
Oh, okay.
Would you agree with me that it
I'll
doesn't
agree.
take 2 years to prepare a docket for an inquest?
No, it shouldn't.
Because once you've reached that stage, that this docket is inquest ready, there's no investigations to be done. All you have to do is put your exhibits in order, have it indexed by the prosecutor to confirm everything is ready, and submit it to a magistrate
Yes.
for the decision. That doesn't take 2 years.
No, it shouldn't.
So it surprised you now that Alts took 2 years and it was never submitted for an inquest.
It does surprise me, but I would also expect his commanding officer or his senior to have then pushed him towards getting the inquest opened.
Fair enough. But from what we've been hearing and what Mr. Alts was telling you as well too, for this pursuit of justice, he shouldn't have been prompted for 2 years if he was interested in sending this for an inquest. Once his commander told him prepare for an inquest, it should have been done. Yes, his commander has to accept responsibility, I don't dispute that.
Yes.
But a lot of the blame has to be laid with Mr. Alts as well.
I would say it should be shared blame.
Yes. But as the IO at that stage, he could have, at that stage, because we're talking about now, you must remember we're talking about just soon after this incident.
Yes.
So whatever was contained in the docket at that stage would have then been before a magistrate for him to consider, can a suspect be identified? Can a suspect then be criminally charged for any offense? And that evidence was the evidence that occurred soon after the incident, if the inquest was done when it was requested.
Yeah, I still think that it should be a shared responsibility between Darrell Els and the IO, and his commander.
But Mr. Alts never conveyed that to you, that
No, he didn't.
there was a delay while he was the IO
No, he did not.
as to why this occurred. Did Mr. House tell you who he identified in the Hammer squad who could be responsible?
No, he did not.
He didn't give you any names.
He didn't have any names at that stage.
He didn't tell you who he had spoken to, what information they had supplied to him, what he
No.
did with that information.
No.
And from the time you met him in 2014, how regular contact did you have with him?
Not often, but we did stay in contact.
And when you all stayed in contact, did you all discuss this case specifically, or was it just general contact?
No. We didn't discuss this specifically. It was more the Nasner case and the Ingelots case that we concentrated on.
Okay. In your affidavit, you also state that at some point then you, after you had spoken to Captain Peterson, the current investigating officer, you met with a member of the Hammer squad.
That's right.
Are you in a position to reveal who this person was?
I'd rather not.
Okay. And he's not prepared to come forward to give a statement?
No, but it's one of the names I gave to Captain Peterson.
And when you spoke to him, he didn't give you the impression that he's prepared to give us an affidavit to what he told you?
I know he would not give.
He would not.
No.
So we can't call him as a witness
No.
to confirm anything that he's told.
No.
So, Mr. Halson, your only involvement in this matter has been your contact through through Mr. Hals. That's how you became involved in this.
Yes.
And after he told you, did you conduct any of your own investigations in this matter?
I just picked up the name of one of the Hammer Unit members that lives here in East London, or lived in East London, which I then shared with Captain Peterson. And but that person is, as I said, deceased.
Okay.
And then I gave him the names of the other two persons, which I expected him to go and interview.
And that was your last involvement?
Yes.
And then when you found out that Captain Peterson has testified that he confirms meeting you at the Stellenbosch police station, where he had a discussion with you, during which you informed him that all the information you had was from Als himself. It wasn't first-hand knowledge.
Well, the first-hand knowledge is me knowing who the member was here in East London, the Hammer Unit member who passed away.
But did you have any information that he was involved? Because the allegation, what Captain Peterson testified, there was actually two units. One for the border area, which would be the East London, and the other for the Port Elizabeth area. And the Hammer unit that was alleged to have been involved in this was the Port Elizabeth unit.
When I spoke to Captain Peterson and he mentioned having the list of names, we were talking then about PE, Port Elizabeth.
Okay. So, but the member you were referring to was a member of the unit in East London.
No.
He lived in
East London.
He was a member of...
That's right, yes.
Okay. And at the time that you gave him that information, was the person still alive?
No, he had already passed away.
Okay, so there was nothing he could...
No, I just wanted him to confirm that that person's name was also on the list. If he had a list, that person's name should have been on the list.
Okay. But you didn't have any, except for what this last person you referred to us that doesn't want to give us an affidavit, you had not spoken to anyone else who had claimed responsibility
No.
for the attack, who had
No.
information about who could be involved in the attack?
No.
You had no first-hand knowledge of it?
No.
Okay. In your affidavit, you say that once the inquest started, you contacted Captain Peterson to find out if he was going to be attending to the
That's
inquest.
right, yes.
Can I ask, why did you do that?
I wanted to find out from him if he would be testifying here, and I was also interested in finding out whether or not he had followed up on the information I gave him about the two names. I felt it was important that those two people should be interviewed by a police officer.
Okay. And did you follow up with any other people involved in the inquest of their possible involvement?
No, when the captain told me that he would be appearing at the inquest, I then made further inquiries and I found out that he had not spoken to the two people that I've mentioned, and then I felt that I should make contact with the human rights people.
So did you make contact then with my learned colleagues?
I'm not sure exactly
it
which
was.
stage, but yes, that was my intention.
Okay. And those are the only people that you made contact with?
Yes.
You never speak to anyone else involved, except for Mr. Peterson and the people from the Human Rights Foundation for Human
I
Rights.
might have spoken to someone else. Do you want to refresh my memory?
I just need clarity from you. Do you remember?
Okay, I don't recall.
You don't recall. You are aware who the victims were, the surviving victims were in this
Yes.
massacre. Do you know Mr. Roland Parker?
Oh yes, yeah, of course.
Did you make contact with him?
Yes, I did, yes.
Okay, can you please explain to us how that came up?
Yes, I was very interested in knowing whether or not, because I living in the Strand area, or in the Western Cape, I didn't have access to the Daily Dispatch, and I just wanted to find out if at the inquest the Hammer unit was actually mentioned. I was scared that it might not be mentioned, and I also wanted to find out if Captain Peterson had mentioned that he had received information that there are people, known people, at least two people that are known, that I passed on that information to him, and Mr. Rowland said he'd keep me informed. And then he said that Captain Peterson did testify, but I don't think he was there every day, so he couldn't tell me whether or not mention was made of the two people's names.
Did you ask Mr. Parker to give you, to tell you what Mr. Peterson was testifying and what exactly was happening in court?
I just wanted to know if he had mentioned that I passed on those two names to him, because I felt that is very important.
And that was the basis of your conversation with him?
Yes.
Okay. And did you ask Mr. Parker to keep this conversation that you were having with him away from the family and the legal representative?
I just asked him to keep it confidential, yes.
Why?
Because I just felt that if he spoke out, that it might just make it more difficult for me to establish whether or not Peterson had delivered that evidence in court. I didn't want any of the other family members to discuss it.
But why must be kept away from the legal representatives?
You're making it sound very, very suspicious.
Mr. Alston, I'll be honest with you. To me, it does, because you are having a conversation with a potential witness who's testifying.
Yes.
You're asking him to give you information about what's happening during the inquest, and you're asking him to keep that as a secret from the family as well as the legal representatives. So I want to know, why did you think that was important?
I didn't want him to share what our conversation with the other people, with the other members, because I just felt that I wanted to know personally whether or not the information was carried over to the inquest.
But why didn't you want Mr. Parker to tell us that he was in contact with you?
I didn't mind if he did share it with you, which he obviously did, or to the other family members. But there was no ulterior motive.
But you gave him that instruction.
I asked him please to keep it confidential.
And though it's not just confidential, I could read you the WhatsApp messages that you sent to him. You specifically said you used Mr. Bailing's name and Teresa, and then you said the legal term.
Yes.
So my question to you again, which I feel has not been answered, is why don't you want us to know, that as the legal team does, the families, the representatives, as well as the NPA representatives, that you were in communication with Mr. Parker?
There was no ulterior motive. I just wanted to know whether or not Captain Peterson had discussed the two people that I'd mentioned. That to me was very important.
Did you also attempt to speak to Teresa about what was happening in court?
Yes, I tried her first because I knew she was a representative of the families, and then she said to me that she's not allowed to discuss anything.
Did you ask Teresa to give you a day-by-day account of what was happening in court?
That's what I wanted. Yes, I wanted to find out if that testimony that I was interested in was being told yes or no.
But a day-by-day account of the entire inquest?
Up until when Captain Peterson had testified, that's what I was interested in.
And so you just wanted what Captain Peterson was going to say? You weren't interested in anything else?
That was my main interest.
Okay. In your conversations with, I'm going to read to you specifically what, and you can indicate to me, this is from Exhibit Q. This is, good morning, Roland. There's a matter I need to discuss with you, but for the next few days, it must be in total confidence, total being in capital letters. I'm hoping to assist in the matter underway, but the correct timing is essential. Yes. Are you comfortable to just be patient for a few days and not discuss our conversation with anyone in capital letters?
Yes.
So what was the idea behind that?
Again, I wanted him to keep it between him and I until I'd found out whether or not Captain Peterson had actually testified to the two people.
But how would it affect what you were trying to find out if he discussed it with us?
I wanted to find out if Captain Peterson was being honest and telling the truth, that he had received information about two Hammer unit members in the Western Cape, and why he did or did not go and interview those people.
But Captain Peterson's evidence was fully covered in the media. There were extensive coverage in the SABC, E! News, Agora FM, over the days that he testified. So anyone who clicked onto any YouTube would find out what Captain Peterson was saying.
Yes, but I'm sure that not every word that he testified was on YouTube. That's why I specifically asked Roland if he would be here the whole day, or at least up until when Peterson testified.
And then, what was the extent of your conversation with Mr. Parker from there on?
He asked me a couple of questions about myself personally and that type of thing, and we spoke about books that I'd written. It was a conversation in general.
And did you speak to him about any specifics about the hammer unit?
I can't recall if I did know.
Did you remember telling him about a leftist theory?
Yes.
Do you remember that?
Yes.
Can you please explain to us what you told Mr. Parker?
The person I spoke to in confidence, the Hammer Unit member, said to me that when I asked him if he thought that the Hammer Unit had been responsible for the attack, he said to me, there's only one reason why the Hammer Unit might have been responsible, and that is if there was a specific target. And he asked me if I knew, and the person I spoke to asked me if I knew whether there was anybody amongst those who had been murdered, been killed, who was an extreme leftist or a politically inclined person.
Did you also tell him that the hammer unit normally didn't target white persons?
That's right. That's what the guy told me. He said that they did not normally target white people.
Did you also tell him that normally what would happen is that one person would be the target and several people would be killed to conceal the identity of the one?
That's right.
And how did you come to that conclusion?
I recently have been investigating the fall of the Reebok aeroplane that crashed into the sea off Cases Beach in 1967. There, two people were the targets. It was it was Professor Bruvaire and a lady by the name of Audrey Rosenthal, who I believe was a CIA agent. And there were 25 people on the aeroplane, and I believe that there was a bomb on board, and that the plane was taken down because the two of them were the targets. And that made me think, in terms of the Highgate issue, if there was one target, they would not bother about any other targets, any other injuries, because it might have at least then have shielded the intention of the person that they were aiming at. That's why I was very interested in knowing, was there anybody amongst the deceased who was a political figure?
Would you be interested to know that that theory that you just described is also the theory for a book written by an author called Lee Child called One Shot, which was made into a movie starring Tom Cruise called Jack Reacher?
No, I don't know that.
That exact theory, that one person is killed in order to cover the murder, is actually the subject of a Hollywood movie. Are you aware of that?
I'm not aware of that.
Now, in one of the exchanges that you sent to Mr. Parker, you cut and posted an entire Algoa FM news article that you sent regarding what was happening in this case.
I might have, yes.
So it was clear you were following exactly what was happening.
Up until when Captain Peterson testified, that was what I was interested in.
But this article referred to Mr. Webber's testimony, not to Peterson's testimony.
Okay, well, like I said, we just discussed things in general as well.
So why were you cutting and pasting this to send to Mr. Parker about what Mr. Webber testified about?
I can't recall why I did it.
And in that, after that, you just said, hi Roland, a friend sent this to me. I'm pleased to see the hammer unit has been clearly mentioned.
Oh, yes. I was happy to hear that the Hammer Unit had been mentioned at the inquest. I was afraid it might not be mentioned.
And you go on to say, please try and establish what Captain Peterson contributed after saying that he agreed with everything word to that effect.
That's right.
So by that stage, you knew that the hammer unit had been mentioned.
It had been mentioned, yes.
But you continued to speak to Mr. Parker,
Yes.
after which you also then spoke to him about Donald Woods, the editor of the Dispatch, and where you came up with the leftist theory about him being friends with Steve Biko.
That was an example I used. I wanted to find out if there was anyone amongst the deceased who was someone similar to what Donald Woods, because he asked me what is a leftist.
Okay. Then also told Mr. Parker that you regarded it as, and I'm going to quote exactly what he said, it's only fair that I share my affidavit with you. And you asked him for his email address.
That's right.
Why did you want to share your affidavit with a potential witness?
Well, at that stage, him and I were getting on well in terms of conversation. And I said to him, I did promise him, because when he asked me why I wanted to know what was going on, I told him, I asked him to be a bit patient. I said, I promised him that once I knew what I had known about Captain Peterson, I would then send him a copy of my affidavit so that he could see why I'd asked him to be confidential.
But Mr. Halston, as a former detective, you'd agree with me that you would know that that's not proper procedure for witnesses to be sharing affidavits with each other.
I didn't see him as a witness.
You didn't know Ms. Parker was going to testify.
I did not see him. I didn't see him as a witness.
What did you see?
I saw him as someone that could assist me in telling me what is happening in terms of Captain Peterson.
He was a victim of this
Yes,
as well.
yes.
Did you not see him when he participated in the inspection in loco where he testified?
I was not concerned about his testimony and my affidavit being in conflict.
No, Mr. Halston, what I'm asking you is, did you see him when it was broadcast, him
Yes.
testifying
Yes, I saw
at
that.
the inspection in
I
loco?
saw that, yes.
So he was already being asked questions. Is that not a witness?
I have to say that, yes, of course, he is a witness.
So is it not then, from your experience, which you have indicated to us, is that not, you would say, not normal practice for witnesses to discuss evidence, to share affidavits? It's not proper.
But remember, I'm a private person, so I was asking him my private capacity.
Mr. Halston, it doesn't make a difference if you're a private person. You know how the rules work from your experience as a police officer.
Yes.
So private people can still do what would regard as by sharing those
I
things.
could not do any harm to his testimony.
But how did you come to that conclusion? Should that not be a conclusion of this court or the legal representatives? As a private person, how can you make that conclusion?
Well, that's exactly the way I felt about it.
Then why wouldn't you then ask Mr. Parker to first clear it with the legal teams if it was fine for him to have these discussions with us, with you?
I didn't see him as a potential witness and my affidavit making any difference.
Mr. Halston, you just confirmed to us that you were aware that he testified and therefore he was a witness. So we've moved on.
No. I admitted that I saw him on the YouTube at the Highgate Hotel speaking to the press or the media and some of the legal team being present. I didn't know or see or hear his testimony.
So is it now your contention that when you saw that, because that was under the heading of the inspection in loco, I'm sure you know what an inspection in
Yes,
loco is.
yes, of course.
It is a legal proceeding.
Yes.
So he was testifying during that, or he was speaking during that legal proceedings to the legal representatives.
It just looked like a complete visit to the crime scene and a general discussion with the victims.
And you were aware, but he was a victim as well.
Yes.
So as a police officer, did you not think,
I'm not
as
a
an
police
ex-police
officer.
officer,
Yes.
did you not think that at some point a victim of a crime would be called to testify?
Yes, of course.
So at some point in your mind, did you not think he's a potential witness?
I knew that he would obviously be a potential witness.
So again, we go back to my question to you. Then why did you think it appropriate to share your affidavit as a potential witness with another potential witness.
At that stage, I didn't think I would be called as a witness.
But that's not what you conveyed to Mr. Rupak. In your mind, you were going to be called to testify.
No, right in the beginning, I didn't know whether I'd be called or not. Right in the beginning, I asked him if he would share that information with me, and I would at a later stage explain to him why I was interested.
My Lord, I see it's now 4 o'clock. There is going to be more questions that I need to ask, and my learned colleague is also going to ask questions. Maybe ask the matter be rolled till tomorrow for continuation.
Very well. Mr. Elson, I'm going to adjourn the proceedings of this juncture. We'll continue tomorrow morning at 9:30. So if you could please return to court before then, we can dispose of your evidence.
Yes, sir.
Very well. We'll adjourn this juncture.
All right.
9:30.
Because I'm sure somebody at some point will also ask, are you going to testify? I'm sure I saw that. Did he give you an idea?
Yeah,
Did he ever give you an idea?
that's why. That's why he said that. But they are guilty.
And also, if also online his messages, ne? And I
Like access overlock.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm going to go through this exhibit.
And you also consider this